So establish whether you're going to read aloud or in turns. Okay, we already did that. We've got our desktop. We can just figure something out for rolling dice. We can do whatever. I've got my cards. Sheet of paper. We've got it here. Coin on the table. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it should be decided collaboratively. One player may suggest a place that involves animals. Build on top of existing ideas or clarifying questions to create a place that is everybody's. Decide this now. The process should go around the table, take no more than a few minutes. Everyone should contribute. Yeah, so this was kind of what we had before. So it's basically what is our starting idea that we're going to use as the springboard to jump off of? Is there a type of biome? Is there a particular like phenomena? I know that Dean enjoys the making things wild, buck wild, and I will encourage that.
Sky River.
I have my craziness.
Yeah, please not another Sky River. We've seen forest and Big River, and that's not to say we couldn't do another type of forest. But in terms of just biomes, right? We know that there is a desert-ish thing if we do just want to jump on that. Otherwise, we've got mountains or under mountains or something much different. More. We said that this was like a temperate rainforest, so we could do something more like taiga, kind of snowy, sparse alpine trees.
Oh.
We could do like an
right.
alpine town, like high up in the mountains, or like built into a mountain pass.
Yeah.
Or we literally could just do a mountain pass, and we can talk about the communities that pop up on either side of it.
Yeah, I feel like sort of a northern community, or I guess southern, depending on the hemisphere it's on.
Yeah.
A more
something cold, you mean? Does anybody feel strongly one way or the other?
Not really.
All right.
Nope.
All right. So something cold. Do we want ice shelves? Do we want tundra? Do we want something kind of in between, kind of like how like southern Siberia is, or like central Canada?
I don't want to go to central Canada.
You don't want to go to central Canada.
Nope.
Maybe we do though.
Might like fly over, look at it, watch some reindeer.
Yeah. And as much as we are talking about the place, we want it to be a place of relevance. So we can. That doesn't necessarily need to be that there's people there, but there needs to be something interesting, to say the least.
Right. Well, and maybe to explain sort of the temperature difference, but not make it on the other side of the entire world to make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe it's on like a highly elevated plateau or something.
Oh, interesting.
Part of the region, like a very flat area, but the edge of it is all mountains and sheer cliff.
It's like Thunder Bluff in Warcraft.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
So high elevation. Yeah.
Yep.
Bluff-like. So is this coastal then, or is it just like a raised, or maybe it's coastal on one side and kind of dips down into like a plains on the other side?
Yeah.
So there's access to the ocean, but only by means of sheer cliffs. You have to go hundreds, dozens, if not hundreds of miles to get to any flat land, but you could like build downwards if you had the means.
Many fjords.
Oh, do we like fjords?
Fjords.
What do we feel about fjords? Is that the theme here?
I don't know. I like
fjords.
Okay,
if you want to.
Sure.
Okay.
Alright, so that's our idea. So then let's have everybody add one detail then. Bearish descriptions can be summed up in a few sentences to suffice. Discover it together during play. I mean, unless this is just what we want to jump off with. I'm fine with that too. Find it from here.
It's up to you guys.
I'm okay.
We're gonna have to contribute something some eventually.
Yeah, okay. Alright. We need a D6 for timelines.
Oh, really quick, I've got something for details. Long days, not much night. I know that's pretty standard for.
Does it change? Does it, like we know in the high latitudes? Like,
Right.
then very long days, or very long nights and short days?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
So the question is, does it change or is it stagnant all year round?
Yeah, like...
So somehow maintains the same length of day the
Yeah.
entire year.
Ooh, I like that as the weird thing that happens here.
I do like that suggestion a lot. There is something unusual about it that leads to the sun being.
Are the nights still
bright.
kind of light, or is it like the days are really bright and the nights are pitch black?
Maybe the nights are just like a twilight, like a not quite night.
So it never truly gets dark here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I like that. Somebody
So
toss it.
how does that affect society?
Yeah, well, that's what we're gonna have to answer.
These people never sleep.
And yeah, and again, remember, we're talking about the area right now, and the questions that ask about people will fill in with people.
True.
So somebody want to throw the bones on a d6?
Are we using Roll20?
We can.
I thought so, because that's what we used last time, where we
Yeah.
had all the cards and everything.
Oh, were you in Foundry?
No, I don't even have that up.
I just saw that only Mason and I were there, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'll look into this.
2.
Ooh.
2 is weeks. Do we like weeks?
That's the time period that'll be passing?
Yeah, that's what we are measuring in, is weeks.
Not going to be too much change.
Nope.
It just means that if there is going to be change, it's going to be drastic.
Yeah.
Or
If we like years or decades, we can just hand wave it. If we don't like the idea of weeks, we can just say that each of these take a place. Because what was the first one? Decades?
Decades?
Yeah.
Do we just want to stick with decades?
Decades seems like the best way to like fully flesh out the history of an area.
I'm fine with that if we want to do decades and just call it.
I would actually, I feel like years would be fine as well, like single years or something like that. But weeks makes it a little bit too minute.
Weeks or days are short. Alternatively, we could bump it up to centuries and get a real change of pace. But I like decades.
Okay.
Well, I mean, are we city building or empire building?
True. Yeah. We're region building is really what we're doing.
If we did decide to go like hundreds, like centuries, this land could have maybe more history in the direction towards whatever the ancient empire was. Like, not in terms of a current culture, but more sort of leftovers there. Maybe
Remnants.
it froze over some of the structures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just a little more data on it.
Yeah.
Not that the people have more data, but there's more to be learned from the land, maybe.
I am completely aloof to any of it, so I'm fine doing centuries if we want to see a longer, if we want to try a longer one. Do we want to do the same thing or do we want to do something different? Is really what it comes down to.
Hey, if I vote, I think given that prompt, century sounds fun.
Speak now or forever hold our peace, then, I suppose.
Sounds like we got it.
All right, centuries then. All right, time in centuries. Right. Do people want me to deal out the cards one at a time for the face cards, or do we just want to like draw? I'll draw a bunch and then just hand you the ones you've got.
You just deal them one at a time, so it's kind of
okay.
Spontaneity. There's some
Get
spontaneity.
the extra shuffle. Yeah.
Yep. All right, so I'm just gonna roll a d4 here, and just in alphabetical order. Marshall's first.
Alrighty, I'm trying to find the page where the cards are.
11 in the book.
11,
looks like
yeah.
16 or 17 on the PDF.
Yeah, I got it.
I knew I was forgetting something.
So you've got the Queen of Diamonds. What is valued in this place? What is it known to have in excess?
Well, it has a lot of wind power.
Wind power.
Ooh, yeah, big flat plateau. At high elevation.
Giant windmills.
Mm-hmm.
Like gigantic windmills.
What do they power?
Oh!
I don't know yet.
We don't know yet. All right, there's just really big windmills. I love it.
I know, but they're not
yeah.
like what you would think the Dutch windmills, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not vertical; they're the horizontal windmills.
Right. Question: they're gigantic windmills. Are you thinking more in terms of gigantic windmills, whatever culture is there made, or gigantic windmills
that
still
were there
poking out of the tundra that is this frozen wasteland?
I think I like the way that he just put it was I don't know yet.
Okay. We'll see where it goes.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Love that. All right, Mace, you got Queen of Hearts.
All right. Queen of Hearts. Where did my doc go?
That is. Who or what person, landmark, society has been in this place the longest? How did they come to be here?
I'm gonna go down the route of landmarks, and whether or not this is directly tied to the windmills, or if the windmills are their own thing, I feel like this is a very sort of like, it's a very flat landscape of mostly ice, and there is clear sort of indications of large structures beneath the ice that only small parts of poke out of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Only the like highest
Things
parts of it or whatever.
Right. Things from whatever empire fell in ancient times. And in places that are not traveled at this point in general.
So structures are here in the ice. They came to be here. They're from the old civilization.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sweet. All right. I drew the Jack of Clubs, which is what was this place in the past? How long ago was that? I like the idea that like this was a major port town for the Empire, right? This is literally World's Edge. This is like a trading route on the Horn of Africa or something, right? This is the cutting edge.
Right. And who knows how different the landscape was at that point that made it much more valuable is that.
Yeah.
Maybe the water levels were at a different point, and maybe the temperature was much more reasonable. Cool.
How long ago was that? I don't know. Let's call it. How far in the future are we making this contemporaneous? The end of this contemporaneous with the other one, or does that not even matter? Probably not.
It's a good question, though.
I'm trying to think. So, like, the oldest buildings in Europe that are still, like, in use are from, what, like, the 1200s? Like, residential areas. Like, obviously there's big monuments that have been around since before that. There's a lot of Roman structures still around, but... So, what, 800 years ago, then?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what was America 800 years ago? Not even discovered or settled, except by maybe a few... The tribes that existed in the plains, and then maybe a couple European explorers that may have touched Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think 800 years is a good sweet spot on that.
Alright. Dean, you get the Jack of Hearts. Who lives here? What is the average person like in this place? What do they look like? What do they wear? Or, describe the flora and fauna. What is the landscape like? What animals and plants call it home?
Or, Rip.
Or...
I mean, you can really do both if you want to.
No, I meant, like... Now I have to consider which one I would rather do.
Must have said, you can do both.
Extra credit.
Extra credit.
I don't know that I have the mental capacity for both. Let's see. We have the Great Windy Area. I mean, obviously the flora and fauna has to be something that can handle intense winds. So your plants and trees have either very thick trunks or like very deep, strong roots. They might even look like I don't know if you've ever seen. I don't remember where it is, but there's like the trees that bend at they grow at an angle to resist the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think there's sort of like a you know, everything's a bit tilted looking or very short and stumpy. The animals do not really have like above ground homes. There's a lot of things like gophers and dak rats and snakes and stuff that can live in the ground and not have to worry about the wind disturbing them.
They just ignore it, yeah.
Right. I guess there would probably be a few that use like I almost said dense forest, like whatever tree line there is that they probably take refuge from, but most things are going to be avoiding the wind. I feel like there's probably intent. I don't want to go into the weather because this is not my card.
There's a question for that, yeah.
There's probably some rough stuff that comes about.
There's gonna be some like some birds, right? That like nestle in the bluffs too.
Sure.
Some, like big,
yeah.
Some seabirds.
Like big seabirds, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that cliff face has probably got a.
Yeah.
It's very noisy over there for sure.
Big old albatross-looking thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tilted trees.
An unbelievable wingspan.
Inverness, California, I think.
something. There's probably a. I don't want to. No, sorry, I'm adding too much.
Bendy trees.
No, go for it. Or just save it for another question.
Yeah, I'll save it.
But don't forget the thought.
Oh yeah, the crooked forest in Poland. I think might be what you're. What on earth? A grove of oddly shaped pine trees in this village. A protected natural monument. These 400 pines were planted. Each pine tree bends sharply to the north above ground level, then curves back. Oh, people did this. That's not
Whoa.
Yeah,
nearly
that
as
does.
fun.
That
That's not
doesn't
nearly
look
as
like.
fun.
Those are
Aw.
also definitely not what I had in my
No.
brain. I've never even seen this, but
That is great.
that's something.
I have seen those because a similar technique was used on one tree at a camp I used to go to as a child. They did the same thing, but had each different. It was like a tree where it split into multiple trunks almost right away, and there was 4 trunks, and each one points exactly a compass direction.
That's what I'm thinking of right there, Andrew.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's wild. They're like wind bear on one side, and then everything else.
Yeah.
Slope Point, the southernmost point of the southern island of New Zealand, is where that is. It's only 4,800 kilometers from the South Pole.
So cool.
That is really
That
cool.
It's wild. It looks so interesting too.
I just googled wind bent tree to get that, by the way. That's all I got.
Well, you
find some more there.
Whatever it takes.
All right. Marshall, you got the Jack of Diamonds.
Okay.
I'll bring the book back up. I was looking at these trees.
Yep.
What is this place named or called? Who named it and for what reason? This can be the old name or the new name for that matter.
I have no idea. And this is like the worst thing I'm the worst at. Hmm.
And remember, it doesn't need to be like a city, right? Or even a kingdom. This could be a geographic name, like the Sahara Desert, or that's pretty much all I can think of right now. The Rocky Mountain Range. That one's a little uninspired, but
you could do something. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Your time.
Well, you could do something super ironic, like Greenland or Iceland.
Yeah, right.
It's the land of the sun, because there is always sun there, but
it's not the sun you want,
terribly
though.
cold. Right.
Well,
the sun does not
didn't
keep
you say
warm.
it butted up against an ocean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So call it the Infinite Cliffs.
Ooh.
Ah. That's a good one.
It is both in height and breadth. High above. I've very much been picturing the cliffs of Moher this whole time. If you all are familiar with the famous cliffs of Moher.
I can't say I can think of them off the top of my head.
It's Irish, so I'm assuming that's how you say it, but...
That's the English pronunciation, yeah. Mower.
Okay. Mower.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, it's literally just like that for... Yeah,
as soon as you see
9
those
miles.
things, you'll recognize them. They're in movies all the time.
Yeah. At their southern end, they rise 120 meters above the Atlantic Ocean at Hag's Head. At 5 miles to the north, they reach their maximum height of 702 feet above sea level.
It's a bit.
Just north of O'Brien's Tower.
Wow.
Holy cow. I didn't realize they were that tall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's what I've had in mind, is right, like hundreds of feet above the sea. Holy Beebus. The Infinite Cliffs. Mace, Jack of not clubs, the other one, spades.
Jack of Spades.
What are the threats to this place? Are these threats to the materiality of the place or the people that live in it?
Hmm. I would say the temperatures and the wind are like two direct threats to anything living there. It is a rough place to live.
I'm assuming
And
like
then
people's huts are built underground too. Like there's not very many above ground structures here, if any.
right, it seems that way. Is full aerodynamics. The whole
Mhm.
plateau needs to be as aerodynamic as possible. um, but and then maybe on top of that, the birds, the seabirds, maybe they're a little bit
Too aggressive.
predatory.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily their home, but this is somewhere they frequent all the time, being seabirds.
Yeah.
And they eat the different vermin Dean listed that would be living in their holes.
And some of them are big enough to eat people.
Are we
Yes.
talking like sea rocks?
That's exactly what came to mind for me was
Mhm.
big birds. Rock-sized birds.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what I was thinking as well.
I had another thought. I'm imagining this to be more glacial than an ice pack, so there's probably like sinkholes as the weather gets a little warmer
Yes.
that you can collapse into and theoretically fall hundreds of feet and die just because there's a melt.
A crevice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
or even
crevasse.
worse, get stuck in a crevasse. Yeah. God.
A crevasse. That's what I had in my head when I said crevice, but I lost confidence in the reference.
Tenacious D
before I
guide
said
you.
it. Crevasse. And then I would say that like the predatory seabirds they're a particular issue because of the lack of flora to hide you. I mean, being an open plateau, if you're above ground, they can see you from
Forever. Yeah.
any distance. Yeah. And so going above ground for even short periods of time, you've got to be careful and wary.
Yeah, the few dense patches of trees are probably like
Hyper-populated.
a godsend.
Yeah.
You know, they're yeah.
I love how both of these places we've made, the very presence of the area is dangerous and deadly.
Well,
You can't touch the forest floor because you'll die every night.
Right.
You can't go to the plains because the sea rocks will eat you.
This is where Andrew
Sometimes
says,
it'd be like
"Hey,
that.
you guys did it to yourselves."
Yeah,
Good
that's
luck getting
right.
there."
Have fun avoiding the sea rocks. Roll a new party.
Yeah.
Oh my
What if the
gosh.
sea rocks are like the what if they're tamed?
What if some of them can be tamed?
What if there's not a
Oh.
lot of them and they're tamed? Like think Lord of the Rings. Like how many bloody elephants came to the Battle of Pelennor?
For some reason, I thought you were
Like
going to say Nazgul.
Yeah.
no, like 10.
I thought you were gonna talk about the Eagles, but yeah.
Nah,
Yes.
not the Eagles. They're too small.
And they're
That's
too
true.
smart.
Very smart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
You're talking about the Oliphants?
The
Yeah,
Oliphant
like how
from
many
the
Oliphants
south.
showed up? 10?
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Mhm.
I don't know.
That could be part of
Maybe
the culture too, is like
That
they
could be part of what's going to happen in our timeline.
yeah, they tame them or they have a history of trying to
Yeah.
tame them.
What if it's political? Like if you can tame one of these things, you're one of the
You're the
ruling
chief or
class.
whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, and then
That's
the
what
person who
primitive
tamed
people
the
would
biggest,
do.
angriest one becomes chief.
Yeah.
This one's got a giant scar on its face.
This is the biggest version of cockfighting imaginable.
It sounds. I was just kicking it out there. It doesn't have to be real.
Yeah.
No, I like the idea a lot.
All right. I drew the King of Clubs. If there are inhabitants, what are the visions they hold for the future? Is it a long view or a short one? I think I want to jump on there's a buried civilization here, and the people that are here are scavengers.
Ah. And they build their houses underground.
Yeah, they like this is basically the oil fields, right? Or prospectors digging for gold in California in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
There are
With
settlements here
ancient,
that eventually will
yeah.
become cities potentially, but they are literally spending years, decades of their lives carving tunnels through the ice to try to find artifacts.
in horribly risky
Yeah.
conditions.
Yeah, like if you hit your python in the wrong spot, you just caused a cave in and you just killed you and everybody with you.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah. Right. After A is D, so Dean. Queen of Spades. What is the greatest tragedy in this place's past, and how is it remembered?
So it's a major trade city. I feel like they lost a very valuable resource of some sort. Maybe some species that was incredibly important went extinct. Think like, you know, the classic when the Americas basically got raided and you know,
Yeah.
the settlers came over and sort of took all the resources. There wasn't that you know, whereas the natives were constantly replanting and
conserving. Yeah.
taking what they need, whereas the settlers came over and were just like, oh look, more stuff.
Oh look,
We'll
beavers
take
to
all.
hunt to extinction.
Exactly.
Like the buffalo genocide.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
You ever
that there
seen
was
pictures of that. It's horrific.
So trappers or.
I think there was a big surge after, you know, something was some important tradesmen found a very profitable venture, and it caused like a gold rush basically, and that led to the extinction of some species. And I'm trying to think of what it would be. I almost think it's some. I didn't want it to be buffalo, but I want it to be some weird,
large mammal,
some huge, super fluffy. Think like Appa from
Thrumbos.
Right.
Avatar.
Yep.
Thrumbos
So
from RimWorld.
rock food.
Yes, Thrumbos.
It's Thrumbos from RimWorld.
Yeah, one of the few species that the rocks don't always target because they're so big. Like just massive herd beasts.
Let's clarify something that I have been thinking about differently then. What I was imagining was that the cliffs were formed because of some great natural cataclysm, like an earthquake or some sort of massive like mountain-sized landslide, and it buried this city. Imagine like the city of Los Angeles or Shanghai getting buried. I imagine it very like Pompeii. Like this was a great city, it was rich, and then something happened and it was just boom, it was gone.
Yeah,
Pompeii's bigger than you think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like that was what I was picturing. If we want to say that I like the idea that it gilded aged itself into oblivion, but I think that in my mental model I need to change. If that's what we want to do, I got to change my idea.
I didn't have that at all. I just kind of thought there was something there that we couldn't explain.
Yeah. I'm good
Not
with
necessarily if it was a disaster, had no idea.
I'm fine with that then.
Like, I mean, you could go like Eric Von Daniken on it and be like, there's aliens, but we don't know there's aliens. What's that guy's name? The other dude with the hair?
The ancient aliens guy? I don't know.
Yeah, the guy with the hair.
I know what you're saying when you say the guy with the hair. Though.
Not Daniken, not but his protege.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The guy with the Einstein hair.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna find him.
So
Aliens.
large, fluffy animal
Ancient aliens.
found to be incredibly valuable.
Dean, I have a suggestion for your animal.
What's this guy's
Okay.
name?
It could have extremely like the pads of its feet could be especially like wide so that it doesn't like fall into the crevices.
Yeah.
And maybe when there were herds of these things, the entire plateau
Ah,
itself
yeah.
was significantly less dangerous because they would sort of, as they went around, pat things down, and fewer of these crevices were in risky
Right,
positions.
right.
I am imagining these beasts to be massive now.
Oh, they're huge.
Like
Yeah.
building-sized
huge.
creatures.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean the rocks don't even.
Yeah.
They'll pick off their young and such, or the weak and left behind. But
They'll be carrions and eat the ones that are weak or old.
right. But it's easier to just go find other creatures.
Yeah.
These things are.
Mhm. And then the lack of them being here has made the whole
It's
plateau
inhospitable,
far more
yeah.
risky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't follow their like drifts anymore if it's
Mhm.
snowing. Or
Oh
whatever.
yeah.
Mm.
They literally shaped the terrain. They're so big they were shaping the terrain.
Right. And I said extinction. I feel like maybe that's a question mark.
Yeah, extinction question mark?
Right.
Mhm.
No
So-
one's seen any in a long time, but maybe, just maybe,
The sand like dune worms.
Yeah.
they're great snow worms.
Yeah. But
The remoras. No, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Ignore that. Ignore that.
Yeah, please no Remoraz, please no. Oh man, things got more dangerous when they were gone. I'm a sucker for really big creatures, so
Yeah, for good reason.
after my own heart.
Dean has a herd of Tarrasque.
Yeah.
Whole herd.
Oops. We killed off all the Tarrasque. Now that scene. Now hold on. How did you do this? We need answers.
All right. So that was Dean, right? Marshall?
That was me.
King of Hearts.
King of Hearts.
So that is, what stories are told in or about this place? Does it have legends or myths? Does it have religion?
Let's say no religion, but definitely legends and myths.
Well, right. That kind of plays off my scavengers ideal, right?
Yeah.
They don't necessarily pledge devotion to any one god, but it's the stories that keep them coming.
Yeah.
Does it ask what they are, or just that there are? King of Hearts. Oh, it does say what stories are told about this place.
Yeah. Well,
Do you have,
how
like-
did the windmills get there?
Oh yeah, you're the one who came up with a couple of the ones from last time. Come on, spin off some of that.
Well, that's gonna be it. Like that was what I was thinking when you wanted to split it up into two civilizations. Like the second one, or what's there now, has no idea what that first one was.
Yeah.
Like I want the windmills need to be like alien.
Yeah.
Wrong tech, wrong everything. You know what I'm saying?
Almost like the aquifer where there's really no solid theory.
I wrote down on there,
Yeah.
where do the windmills come from, and what do they even do?
Well,
What are they powering?
they are definitively spinning around.
No, but I'm saying they don't know what. Yes, they are spinning, but they don't know what what that energy does, what it's converted
Right.
into, what it processes.
No. Right, but I mean, I want these things to be as weird to these guys as like if we came upon, say, I don't know, silicone-based life.
Yeah.
Ah,
Like we ain't got
So-
any idea what this stuff is. Like it's even the chemistry's wrong, right?
like they probably don't even call them windmills. They're just like
No.
those things. And
From the
yeah.
and you know everybody thinks it's from the previous civilization that used to live there 12,000 years ago or whatever it was, or nobody knows.
Except they may have been there before that civilization. Yeah.
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 Right. And see, that's where I was going. Is
Okay.
like, okay, you can do whatever you want with this. Like these are directional finders for Spelljammer ships.
Yeah,
Who
right.
knows?
Yeah, these are the
Mhm.
landing lights for the
Yeah,
Spelljammer airports or whatever.
or the ancient Nurgles from Planet Z.
Yeah.
You know,
Nurgles. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. No Nurgles, please.
Papa Nurgles here.
No
they say
Nurgles.
Nurglings.
He's back.
Yeah,
You can't
the
avoid Papa Nurgle.
grandfather Nurgle shows up with a bunch of Nurgle.
Heck yeah.
No.
Maybe this is the Shadow over Innsmouth. This is the
Man,
the presence
I'd be
of the
all
elder
about.
gods. Don't give me. I'm putting
It's
that
happening. It's happening.
I'm putting that into
I
my
I want it
brackets.
to be. I want Mix to know that somebody else brought up Cthulhu that wasn't me.
Oh, I love
I did.
Lovecrafting stuff.
Yeah, I'm there for it too.
Oh yeah.
So-
I love...
If you gave him two guesses, he'd start with you and then he'd go to me, I'm sure.
Are you sure? No, I'm kidding with you. I don't care.
I like that.
Nah, I love the cosmic horror stuff. But that's
Mhm.
a different discussion. Yeah, but that's it. They tell stories. There's probably all kinds of different stories about where this stuff came from. Just like here, like
Yeah.
the stuff we don't understand, we just create a bunch of stories around it.
Oh man, I've already got some good ideas.
Pyramids
We
were
never
built
can
from
agree
the
on it.
top down.
Probably, yeah.
All right. Mace, King of Spades. If there
Yeah.
are multiple people who live here, what are they divided on? What are their points of contention that are fought over? Or, if there are not multiple people, what resources do the plants, animals, or visitors to our place vie for?
I would say it's pretty much already been confirmed that there's probably, it makes most sense for there to be multiple settlements, right? Very small airborne settlements, potentially, that move from decade to decade.
They kind of like scalp all the stuff they can and then move on.
And maybe each settlement sort of has a figurehead that is like leads them, but it really is sort of like a treasure hunting endeavor. The whole settlement is there for that reason. Generally, there's no other reason to be in this land. You wouldn't be comfortable,
Yeah.
if you weren't.
This is not a place where people thrive.
Right.
So like, is that the contention then, that there's like actual?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't generally. I gotta say this.
Yeah.
What if those animals Dean's talking about are so bloody big that like an entire tribe can live beneath it?
Yes.
Like they're
Oh, boy.
walking neighborhoods.
We have
And
dragon
the
turtle.
tribes move with these things. I don't know. Just a thought.
That
And they said
really
that what-
mess stuff up whenever they kill them all.
That would really
But,
mess
like-
things up.
It would really mess things up.
Well, I mean, you mentioned them following their snow tracks. Like, what if these things rarely move? Like they move seasonally, once or twice. They're as big as multiple neighborhoods. And so
And they
when they
would,
start
like-
to move, the tribe doesn't know what it is. It's just like, oh shit, the roof's moving. Let's go.
Is this people? This is people
Yeah.
that used to live there then?
Those are the current people.
I thought we said they were gone though. They got hunted to extinction, and that's like what destroyed the area. Was the city used to
No.
be protected, and now it's not.
I'm throwing it out there. Like,
Maybe
what if?
Maybe they got hunted, quote unquote, to extinction, so the rest of the world sees them as extinct and has like moments in their history where people from the different civilizations had gone there to hunt those things. But there is a few of them left, and maybe like one of them is one that one of the settlements has been just following around. But nobody on the external side of the world knows that they still exist, or knows that that one is still alive, or something.
I'm gonna put my foot down and say we need to have one or the other.
Right.
Either
So
these
big.
things are still around and we're looking at these creatures and their impact on the land, or they're gone, but they used to do that. And there's either treasure hunters here now, or there's people that live here now. I don't think it can be both.
How about
Unless these things
they?
walk on top of the glaciers that collapse, but that
I don't know. I mean, you've got a real world example in like the American West.
Well, in
Treasure
the
hunters and
glaciers,
people.
in the glaciers collapsing, is sort of solved by the idea that they've got abnormally wide pads on their feet. Remember we were talking about that could potentially sort of
distribute
pat
the
down
force.
those
Yeah.
crevices, and make it actually safer for even humans to walk on after something has like crushed it into form more thoroughly. But alternatively, it could be that is how they used to be, and how when there was more people here, it is how they lived more comfortably. And now maybe like one settlement lives in literally the bones of one of these things somewhere. You
Or
know what I mean?
the treasure hunters are in the glacier, and there are still people
Mhm.
that follow these big things around above it.
Yeah. So there's like
The contention
that would
is the tribes that follow these creatures hate the treasure hunters because they're
mhm.
literally undermining the integrity of the land.
So that directly answers this question. Sort of, there are two
Multiple
different
peoples,
peoples.
yeah.
Yeah, one being the tribesmen that probably have a lineage that originates there at some point, and then the other being the groups of settlers that are really just treasure hunters, like bands of bandits that want to strike rich.
Interesting.
And maybe the tribesmen are the ones with the sort of logic around earning your position based on the size of the rock you can tame type of thing. Or maybe it's just a very rare thing amongst their society. The chief tames a rock or something.
I'm changing building size to neighborhood sized.
They just keep getting bigger with every iteration.
Yep. Every time we talk about them, they get larger.
Soon they're going to be continents.
It's because we're talking about them that they're getting larger.
Boy, now there would be a definitive world that's different from ours.
Yeah.
Continental Drift, they're just migrating.
Yeah, literally. They're
Yeah, they go
so
migrating
big
again.
that they might as well be continents. Right. That was Mason, right? So it's me? Yeah.
Mhm.
King of Diamonds. That is who or what is in power here? Is it a ruler, an apex predator, a series of laws that govern society, the weather? Hmm. I don't know, this is boring.
King of Diamonds, you said?
I feel like I don't know. Because I feel like the creature dwellers aren't trying to necessarily exert their dominance over the land. And they don't like in the same way that the plains tribes didn't like herd the buffalo, they just followed them.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I've been picturing these guys is like the big things get up and move and they go, all right, guess it's time to move.
Right. It might as well be a moving mountain.
Yeah,
That
that they are
like
just
an animal that
living
they're trying
under.
to change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm imagining if it's mammalian, do they like harvest its milk and that's how they? Anyway, we'll get there one day. We'll get there one day.
Yikes.
Um. It's so big that you could just cut sloughs of meat off it and it wouldn't even know, because it's so big.
It just has one forever scab on one of its legs.
Yeah,
That
that they just harvest from.
Right. They just sort of rotate it around so it doesn't scar too much.
Yeah. Anyway, there's got to be
I mean, that
some.
might be a necessity of that life. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have anything. I don't just want to say, oh, it's the weather. But like, really, I think it does. It does kind of govern everything.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. You would die of exposure quickly if you were out, and if the winds didn't get you, the rocks certainly would.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, and there's not like an established, as of right now, not an established civilization that's like actually civilization sized. It's more
Yeah,
like
that wants to exert that kind of dominance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
And it almost seems like weather is
the climate.
potentially one of the culprits for whatever happened here that
Yeah.
led to it
Yeah.
no longer being a prosperous city.
Yeah. You know, the climate rules all. It's Arrakis. It's unforgiving. Seleucus Secundus. Alright, so Dean's last. Queen of Clubs.
Queen of Clubs.
What is the greatest moment? You
Oh,
had the
boy.
tragedy too, didn't you?
Of course.
What is the
yes.
greatest moment in this place's history? An innovation? A discovery? A revolution? A new sapling? The emergence of a cycle of cicadas?
Definitely not cicadas.
Ice cicadas.
Hmm. Greatest moment. Oh boy.
I mean, it could just be the splendor of the old city. Before they doomed themselves.
Yeah, but that feels like a cop out.
That's what I felt with the climate, but here we are.
Something can make so much sense that it just
It's just
is.
that straightforward. Yeah, I think the windmills were the like what enabled the old city to be what it was.
Mm.
But of course that knowledge has sort of been lost. So.
Yeah.
They're still there. No one knows what to do with them.
I'm very much imagining the city that used to be there. How people like talk and mythicize Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Like the expression "all roads lead to Rome" kind of thing. Like this place,
Mm-hmm.
whatever this place used to be, was the jewel of civilization.
Yeah.
And now it's
A
buried.
massive
Now
trade
it's
capital.
buried under ice and trampled overhead by
Behemoths.
by mountain-sized woolly mammoths or whatever they are.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, so that's the setup. Alright, so we can keep the same order as we go through. So that was Dean, so Marshall's gonna kick off our first card draw. Looks like those start on 27 of the PDF, page 20 in the book. Do we want to take a break? It's been about an hour, a little less, but
Yeah, I
I'll
need to
refill
use
my water
water.
real
take
quick.
a few. Yeah, I'm gonna fill my water up and go to the bathroom.
You said page 27.
Yeah, PDF page 27. It's page 20 in the book.
PDF 27. Okay.
Card meetings is
There
where
we
it
go.
starts.
Yep. Okay. Back if you.
Yep, back at a few. Everybody back?
I'm here.
Yep.
All right. Lots of green circles. All right, so we're doing the first draw. Marshall's doing the first draw.
Okay.
Ace of diamonds. First ace, I guess I should say. What are the plants like in our place? The rocks, the soil.
Barren.
Yeah? Not a surprise there.
Oh, we already covered that.
We gave you lots of room to work with on this one.
There's nothing there. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's barren on the surface, except for a few patches of those windswept trees. That means that there's got to be something underground, right? Otherwise these people wouldn't be able to live here.
Mammoth milk?
I mean, for those people, yes, that could very well be true.
The word.
Look. You're all in one Wondershine. You can see just watching kids swing off the udders.
Oh yeah, baby.
Ugh.
I feel like the udders would be too big, though.
Squirting each other.
They'd have to have, like, rope, what are they called? Like, rope course.
Like high ropes courses?
Yikes.
Yeah.
Gross.
Dude,
Gross,
it would be
gross.
like an utter forest.
Oh, okay. Utterly disgusting.
Utterly disgusting. Okay, anyway. So, I mean, it does... So, right, it says, what are plants like in this place? The rocks, the soil. So the soil is probably very rocky, nonetheless. What is the stonework like, though? Like, what is... This had to have been either well forested or the stone was very suitable to building, otherwise the original city wouldn't be here. Right?
Or it was a runway. Or we don't know why it's there. Or Jim Dark Magic could have put it there.
Aw, Jim.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody knows
Talk
why
about
that
this, Jim.
first one was there.
The windmills, you're saying?
Yeah, no, like the first civilization. Why is
Right,
it
and
there?
who knows if the soil that's actually at the ground level of the original civilization
Is
not
anything
just
like this?
could be
Yeah.
totally different. Yeah. Also, given the climate of that time, who knows? Like, who knows how much of the plateau is new? Like, maybe it was
Yeah,
at
well,
sea level originally.
Okay,
Maybe
so
the top
then
soil-
tell me about what's up there. Yeah.
I wonder what if it's all. What if there's a layer of rock, not rock, black rock, whatever you want to call it, something that's kind of rock but unique to this region. But below that is good topsoil, so it's weird, like it's inverted.
Mm.
So why is it inverted?
Not that anything could grow in the soil anyway, but I suppose it is inarable in a way.
Oh, what if the guys that are there now, if you drill down far enough, I don't know, 5 meters, right? There's black earth, like good topsoil,
Mm.
underneath all the rubble. Excuse me.
Again, you're talking about the above ground stuff.
Yeah, like it says, what's the soil like? What if it's like that?
Yeah?
What if it's that way because the aliens paved the whole place?
I like how like that Marshall's still pushing the alien mantra.
He really
No,
wants
I'm
the
just
alien.
I'm
Who
not saying
knows?
don't. I'm not saying don't.
Or Jim Dark Magic paved the whole place.
He's back.
Mm-hmm.
He can't keep
Yeah.
getting away with it.
Who is Jim Dark Magic and why is he
What?
come up?
You just asked who is Jim Dark Magic?
What
He
are
did.
you talking about?
Oh
He's the
my God.
notorious Jim Dark Magic.
What on earth?
Acquisitions Incorporated.
I never listened.
Just go watch one, dude. Just watch one on YouTube. Watch one of the old ones, like a PAX D&D game.
Okay. Jim Dark Magic. Great.
There you go. Watch that one.
The third.
Or watch any of the old ones with Will Wheaton in it. Really funny. Like you'll laugh hard.
Is that Patrick Rothfuss? Who's that big guy?
I don't know who's in that one. There's a ton of these.
It kind of looks like Patrick Rothfuss. Anyway, I'll figure it out later. It is Patrick Rothfuss. I was right. Okay. He wrote the Kingkiller Chronicles.
Oh yeah, they've got all kinds of celebrity guests and stuff. Here's a whole there you go. There's a playlist.
I'll go look at it later.
Start early.
Goodness.
The Penny Arcade boys are funny.
Got it.
Or they used to be.
Cannot lie, I thought Jim Dark Magic was a meme.
I mean, he is in the strictest sense.
Sounds like he's a meme.
Sounds like
He's a real dude. He's actually the illustrator for Penny Arcade.
Oh.
That's his character name.
Okay. All right. I think we got everything we're getting out of Marshall for this one.
Probably, but I'll find the one where the group goes back to visit Jim Dark Magic's family, and that's the bloody funniest D&D session I've ever seen in my life. Chris Perkins did it too. It was really good.
Yeah. He's always good.
He's in a lot of these. Dude.
Yeah,
he
does a lot of
DMs
stuff
lot
like this.
of this stuff.
That doesn't surprise me at all. All right. So Mace, you got the first 8. What does success look like in our place? What do the inhabitants want?
Who? Is this going to be a 2-part? Because obviously both
I say pick one.
Want... Okay. Let's say we'll do the treasure hunters, because it feels like the tribes people are far more passive. Like they're not trying to change the world. Aside from trying to get the.
Who is really? Out. Come on.
Everybody wants to rule the world.
Right.
At least that's what I was told.
Think the treasure hunters are on the more extreme end of making big change in the world, at least for themselves. Or trying to. Let's say finding
emo.
What if there are lots of good resources and materials to be gathered from the ruins and underground, but the real striking it rich is finding a relic of some sort, something that people don't really understand. And this has only happened maybe a few times, but it's the main thing that draws people.
I just finished reading about artifacts and relics in the Game Master's Guide too, so
Ooh.
Nice.
This could be another one of those non-disclosed sources of artifacts in the world. It's well preserved, right? Because it's been under ice for God knows how 900 years, whatever I said, 800 years.
And it's from, like you said, the jewel of civilization at one point. Those who are willing to venture deeper obviously have better chances at places that have been scavenged less, and potentially more important sections of whatever city lies beneath.
Yeah, right. Risk reward kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's my that's what success looks like, is furthering knowledge of the world by finding these artifacts.
Yeah.
So there's like now a slightly positive reason for some of these treasure hunters to be here. They actually want to.
I mean, they're just scavengers. Come on, Let's be real. Right. I drew the second 8. News is dramatic, and the tensions are high. What is the news? How is this reaction physicalized in this space? Oh man, so this is gonna be the starting point. We can go forward or backwards in time from here. What is the news?
Lies from the government.
You say last.
Always.
Yeah.
Is there an animal sighting?
Ooh.
I think maybe it's I kind of like better that one of the famous like safe crackers or whatever gets into a vault in the city. Like this is like the deepest expedition that anyone can remember in like the latest however long. And they found, oh, maybe they just found the vault. Not that they broke in yet. We'll leave that for later.
Is it the first vault ever found, or are there lots of vaults and they don't know? Like, or is it the 100th vault?
I think that there were rumors of vaults down here, and this is the first one that's actually been found. They're like, right, this was supposed to be some jeweled or some rich jewel in the crown of civilization. Like certainly there's a stockpile somewhere. The king's armory, or the Medici palace or whatever, right? Whatever the equivalent would be. And some punk new kid.
Some pig.
And it's not only sealed by metal but magic too. And maybe the partner he was with died, like triggering a trap. And so they thought that it's like, oh, it's just this town was just whatever. They were just really rich. They didn't really do much with magic. It turns out they were very wrong in that estimate.
It's happening.
And is this very public news or like very hush hush ninja stuff?
Well, the news is dramatic and the tensions are high. I think that this is like circulating throughout all of the treasure boys. All the hunters know about it, and they're clamoring, chomping at the bit to get back down there. But this kid doesn't want anything to do with it. Doesn't want to go back. He saw his friend died.
Understandable.
It's not worth it, he says. I don't care what's in the vault.
What's in the vault?
So this kid's probably hot commodity.
Yeah. Oh, he's definitely. I don't have a very high opinion of these treasure hunters. I have no reason to make them nicer.
Fair. They are sort of the antagonists of this region.
I have no doubt in my mind that this kid's gonna get kidnapped and forced to show someone else where it is. All right, Dean, you got the first 3.
First 3. What do they listen to and perform? What is considered the folk art? Oh, goodness.
You go either way with this one, honestly.
Oh, boy. I think there's 2 big forms of, or 2 very like classic instruments. One is sort of like chimes, that it's sort of a naturalistic music where you sort of let the wind create its own music. Like it's its own form of relaxation and art.
Yeah.
The winds blow every day. What will they give us today?
Yeah, what music will they spawn today?
And then another would definitely be a sort of something that was originally created for a form of communication over long distances. I'm thinking um, long,
Like
what's
Alpenhorns?
yes, exactly.
Because that was where my head went.
Exactly what I was thinking. Just these long, like,
Yeah.
and this form of communication that they used to communicate between the tribe, that, the huge distances, the infinite cliffs, after all.
Yeah.
Lots of roaming tribes, and then it got turned into a form of expression. So there's all sorts of like different length tubes. Maybe there's even a sort of like, how a bell choir has this long table and there's
Yeah.
all these
All the
different
bells
bells.
on top.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking that it's all like horns.
Uh,
And to have huge lung capacity to play the horns is sort of like a badge of honor.
yeah.
Oh, well, he went a full 10 minutes today.
Cir-
Just like running around.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Circular breathing's got to be a highly desirable genetic trait and skill.
Right. Well, and they're genetically predisposed for having big lungs because they live at high elevation.
Mm. Got to take in
Um,
that. Got to take in that oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
I have another like super wild idea for a sort of like festival slash celebratory thing.
Mm.
I don't know what the other stuff may be. I'm sure there's plenty of things that can come out of the idea of a
Yeah.
traditional festival, but
There's a festival card. You could also, instead of doing a card, you could throw a party as one of the focused situations.
what,
Ah.
I don't know that I have enough ideas for that.
what
Um,
do
I
you
was just
got?
thinking that, you know,
Horn party?
unlike there's definitely certain times of the year where it's going to be really windy, right? Like the great winter
Mm.
winds are coming or
Yeah.
something like that. Or it's like I don't know. It's some significant windy event, and they have these cloths that they use as sort of like a glider slash parachute. And I was just thinking that they could spread almost sort of like a crop dusting, like take something up into the air and spread it around. It could be colorful bits of I don't know. I have no idea. That's where my brain started going, and I couldn't finish the idea.
Hmm.
You think is this a treasure hunter tradition or a
No, it's definitely
tribe?
one of
Yeah.
the tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Like they ride the winds on a certain points in the year. They're so close to flying.
Can't get there.
Sometimes.
Can't get there. Can't get there.
Yeah.
All right. Marshall, the first two. Name a monument, marker, statue, or other physicalized memory that exists in our place. What does it mark?
All right, out in the ocean beyond the cliffs is a massive, like, rectangular stone thing sticking out of the water. Like, think big, big, big skyscraper size thing, right? But it's not. It's a more like a mountain, not like it's carved. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Ooh. Mm. spooky.
How far out is it?
You can see the tip of it from the cliffs. Like you can see it out there, but I mean, if you wanted to get on a boat and go, I don't know. Let's say it's what's the edge of the horizon? Our horizon.
I thought it was like
Like
14
40
miles.
kilometers. So let's say you can see it's really far, so 50 kilometers, something like that, and you can see it.
An observer above Everest can see 209 miles.
Yeah.
The average
So
five
100 kilometers.
the average 5'7" person can see just shy of 3 miles, just shy of 5
Yeah.
kilometers. So if you're 100 meters in the air, if you're 300 feet up, you can see 22 miles.
Yeah, so 50 clicks out. That's a pretty darn good ways.
Does it breach the clouds?
No, I think he's just saying it's sufficiently far away.
It's hard to get to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point.
I mean,
it's
how
it's
tall?
there in myth and legend,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also part of the legend, like connected to the windmills. But nobody knows what it does.
It's the mother windmill.
Could be.
It's coming to get its children very slowly, but it's coming.
That was the secret all along. Is there a life form?
Yeah, they're all a plant, and they have roots. That's why it takes so long for it to get here, because it has to slowly move its roots.
Right. They're one of those, like, what are they called? Like those air plants that
Yeah.
is like,
Yep.
they don't need
And
roots.
it's the end of the world. That's what it marks.
Oh.
As we know.
Nobody.
Marks
No,
the end of the world.
Dean's gonna paddle out there, and it's literally gonna stop. Like it's just gonna be black.
It's the end of the world as we know.
Or it could just be, some grayish green. Just stops.
So there is an edge to this world of some sort, if that even fully explains whatever that is.
Well, it doesn't have to. I mean, I'm just saying it could be that. We can't see beyond the little rock thing, and we can't get there anymore.
Such
I
as
mean, the birds might, but not the humans.
So without getting too detailed on like the windmills, it's like connected in terms of like the make looks the same almost.
Nope.
Like no.
Nope.
Okay.
It's just a big. Let's say you tilted a skyscraper over, like I don't know, 20 degrees or so.
Like the top of Pride Rock, kind of. The roof.
Ish,
it's
something
the
like
Leaning
that.
Tower
But
of
it's
Pisa,
just a
but
mountain.
more significant.
But it's
bigger.
a mountain. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Sweet.
a big something sticking out of the water like that.
And it calls you in your dreams.
It calls to us. Just like the blood.
Just like the blood.
The blood.
Calls to us.
All right. I'm going to put you on mute while I say goodnight to my son.
Mm-hmm.
I can still hear you there.
Right. Mace, you got the second 2.
Okay, second 2. Let's see.
What is produced in our place right now, and how does it make its way into the wider world? Is this export a physical good, knowledge, something else?
Dun dun dun.
Ooh, I've got like 3 different ways I could go with this, but I think one is the most exciting because the other involves behemoth dung.
What? And nodding.
Hell yeah.
But the artifacts in sort of like almost nearly, I wouldn't say like it's not like plastics or anything, but alloys that are not creatable throughout the rest of the world, like literal materials from buildings and machines down there, or like ununderstood things they take because you can now make the sharpest sword in the world with this sort of steel. You know what I mean?
Where is the steel?
In the ruins.
It's inside you all
Okay.
along.
And I don't mean steel in particular. I mean just materials
A
that a
material.
more advanced civilization would be able to craft that they definitely cannot at this point.
There's some vibranium down there.
Right. And I don't even it could be like copper compared to everybody else's, or rather it could be like steel compared to everybody else's copper, you know. Like it is just a little more durable. And it's not like super easy to come by, but it is a big draw for people because anybody with any sort of wealth wants that for their weapons. So aside from artifacts, that's the other way to sort of strike
Yeah.
it rich.
Is it
find
is
that.
it real?
Oh,
Or are they looking for it, thinking
that's
it's down there?
when I first came up with it, I figured it was real, but I actually almost like the idea that there's this mythical ore that doesn't really exist, that is just like the treasure hunters with their nighttime stories around the lantern got a little out of hand and the rumor spread.
Maybe one artifact came out made of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There must be more, obviously. They can't have just made
But
one of them.
it is the only thing that, let's say, like another neighboring civilization, they want to send an expedition there. The only thing that would get their sort of like leaders actually interested is that, because like finding a random artifact is not that dependable as a means of
Yeah.
progress. And then most of the other resources are things they could probably find elsewhere in their own region, depending. Whereas this is like, well, we need to have the edge on the other city-states type of thing. Let's go get some of that.
Yeah, we can't. They can't have it. They can't have the only one. Why do
Mm-hmm.
they have access to it? Just because they're the closest in proximity? How dare they?
Right.
How dare they? The audacity.
Truly.
Truly
The audacity of
outrageous.
these.
Truly, truly outrageous.
Right? Ooh, I drew the first 10. Not that many cards in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th card drawn.
That's not so bad.
A little early, but not too bad. Right. I can pick freely between these questions. Do not pick the same one twice. The gardens are planted. Great victory. Great loss. Someone important. Someone important in our place dies. Who were they and how were they killed? I loved that one. That one was so good. There was a great victory that enables the inhabitants of our place to build towards a new future. What is the future that they wish for? How will they set to work on it? For the first time in the tribe's or like oral history, they have birthed a new creature.
Oh. One of the
Oh.
creatures?
One of the mighty creatures.
Interesting.
Or like they witnessed the birth of it and like learned how these things like mate or lay an egg or whatever. Like they now know that they could make more of these if they put the effort into it.
Interesting. It was the windmills.
They're the larva of.
I almost like the idea that they are marsupial.
Ooh.
Yep, I can see that.
These giant things are marsupial, and that like this kind of horrifying, fleshy, but still quite large thing. I'm imagining it starts relatively small though in comparison,
Uh-huh.
because like a just born kangaroo, which don't look them up, they're horrifying,
Yeah.
are absolutely minuscule compared to a full kangaroo.
Yeah.
Like
They're
a
practically
child, a
embryonic.
baby is small in comparison to a human, but the ratio is
I would
still
say.
not that bad. The ratio of size is much more different
Right.
for something like a kangaroo. So that this thing is birthed and then
They
the
look like a
creature,
fetus.
yeah. I almost imagine that this is the fastest the tribes have ever seen one of these things move. Is like this thing is born and then it's like hands or whatever, it like scoops up its young into this big pouch that they didn't know really existed before.
I'm imagining like a giant, you know, like the dinosaur giant sloths.
Yeah. Yes. I love those guys.
Uh-huh. They just have such a cool shape to them.
Yeah.
And imagining like a behemoth one, oh my goodness. Imagine living under that thing.
Imagine living.
I can't.
How
What
can
if you
one?
lived under one of those like your whole life?
Yeah.
Never left one.
And never left, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You always lived in its shadow.
Yeah.
Or near it at least.
So you wouldn't think anything weird of it, but to anybody else, that would be terrifying. I mean, to me, that'd just be like existentially dreadful.
How will they set out to work on it? They're gonna go look for more pouches. Or they go
Ooh.
find more pouches. And maybe it's
Must be more.
yeah, maybe there are more of them. Like like growing at different sizes.
They're growing.
And they've just been dormant for generations and generations of people.
Mhm.
Or better yet, a mostly grown one, like a child-sized grown one, falls out. Maybe that's what it is. Falls out of the pouch. So then they go start finding more pouches. And they're like, "Oh my God, there's gonna be
Yeah.
there's gonna be a dozen more of these things in the next next
Mhm.
10 years or whatever."
Yeah. I like the ballpark of like a dozen too, or so. Because obviously you can't have like too many, otherwise, what becomes of the land?
Screw the land.
Yeah. We did centuries too, so like this is about to get buck wild.
It's about to go real nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After answering this question, roll the dice and move in time, forward or backward, then collectively decide. Alright, so let's go ahead and roll a d6. 500 years later.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
I mean, I could go back 500 years. That's not
You
fun,
could.
though.
You go back, then we go forward again.
Yeah. Forward
Oh my.
500 years.
I mean,
Alright. Do our characters or civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Oh my god, I don't know.
yeah. I don't even know where you could go with this. 500 years?
So a little bit of time.
I mean, even 50 years, right, is a long time
Some would say that,
in
yeah.
terms of history.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things have happened. I like the idea that the treasure hunters have made almost no ground.
Yeah. For 500 years, that adds
It's
some
too
gravity.
hard, man.
Yeah.
It's a harsh land.
Well, and they have so little understanding too of the.
Oh, maybe it's like a.
This really is Dune, but
It just ends up. Yeah, right. We're just making Dune. Yeah,
we're just making Dune, but
it's
under.
ice instead of yeah sand. Ice and wind instead of sand. Um, I like the idea that like someone comes out with something artifact level, like once every generation. Like every 30 years or so, a discovery is made. Like sometimes it's a little longer, sometimes it's shorter, but over the next 500 years, there's only a major discovery like every 30, 40 years. There's little
Either
piddly shit coming out. There's
Right.
like urns or pottery or like silks, preserved silks or something. But like
more
anything
basic
worth anything
resources.
only comes out every 30 to 40 years. Like imagine being an Egyptologist for your whole life and you never find anything. I mean, screw the Egyptologists, but anyway. Tomb Raiders, the whole lot of them.
That was a long time ago.
I think the tribe is still just kind of doing its thing, right?
Yeah.
We're just having a good time.
The tribe is still vibing. Maybe they've got a couple more of these baby things that they're raising.
Baby things.
But what if the babies have only maybe doubled in size in that time?
Oh God, what is the these things lifespans?
Holy moly!
Are just
Thousands of years.
Yeah.
Certainly they've. Oh God, they can't.
What if they're
Jeez.
not known to die? Like they lived that long?
Oh my.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's.
Oh no.
Like the only reason they were like they lost.
Oh my God, yeah. It was
It's because
because
they were
people were
hunted.
killing them. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Like-
otherwise,
never died.
they would have maintained a group of like 30 of them in the entire region for until the end of time,
yeah.
almost.
Ad infinitum.
End
Like,
of
dude,
time.
their birth and death cycle is like 10,000 years or something like that. Effectively infinite for a human, right?
Yeah.
10,000 years.
So, just a question real quick before we. I don't want to go too far into it, but does that mean. Do these things keep growing as they age, or do they reach a terminal size?
Yeah.
I'd say they top off at about the size of Long Island.
just the size of Long Island.
So the one that they're under is like a young adult, maybe.
Oh, just 120 miles.
Yeah.
Long.
As a creature, this is a living being.
Just a living creature, 120 miles.
What's the
Yeah,
land
I mean,
area?
This
That
is the
sounds
point,
normal.
is like they hadn't been able to get that big because they were getting killed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Still.
Like it takes like let's say 5,000 years to
Yeah. Get
so
that
the-
big. Yeah.
right. So the average one is probably the size of what, Manhattan?
They
Like it's a
live.
midget.
Long
Nearly, yeah.
Island is 1,376 square miles of land.
Yeah, yeah. It's much bigger
3,500
than
square
Manhattan.
kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm looking
You
up
guys
Manhattan.
never been there?
I've been to New York. I've been to Manhattan, but
You're not missing anything in Long Island.
yeah.
Nothing. Big suburb.
But maybe what this means is in the history of this current like world or plane or whatever you want to call it, planet, none of these has ever gotten to that size, but they hypothetically could.
Or
say we-
there is one of them and it's just been sleeping.
Right, it's in the middle
Like
of an
it
ocean.
is one of the mountains
taking
or
a
whatever,
bath.
or like it is. Yeah, like it is one of the mountains nearby. They just don't know it.
I like how Marshall sort of made it so that they live for 5 millennia as
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
Long Island.
Yeah.
They could be all over the place. You just don't know.
Yeah, they are just literally mountains. I
They're
like these.
too big for you to be able to see all of them at
Yeah.
one point.
And maybe they need like to move less frequently the older they are too, and so
They begin
course,
like
the baby.
either harvesting energy from the ground or like developing photosynthesis or whatever.
right.
Yeah, I like the idea that they sort of have that puppy mentality when they're young, right? They're
Oh,
still
they
big,
move around. Yeah.
but they move around a lot. They're very energetic and they get into things,
Mm-hmm.
but they slow down as they age, especially when they become the size
You
of
know,
Long Island.
the size of Long Island and are 5,000 years old.
Right.
Yeah, those little midget Manhattan sized ones are just,
They're
tend to-
rambunctious.
You tend
they're
to
just
find
rooting around in the backyard.
you tend to find some temperance after 5,000 years of life.
Yeah.
That's the maturity.
Marshall's gonna or Mix is gonna listen to this and be like, "What the hell?
What in the world?
Oh my god."
How did
What do you
we manage
mean?
to
Mix
make
is
a more
halfway there
ridiculous
himself.
True.
place? Oh.
What
How
does
did we
the
manage to make
Gotcha.
a more ridiculous region than the last one?
What does this place physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell now? How does it feel here?
Who's this? Is this you?
This is everybody. We collectively
Oh.
answer these questions.
Oh, right.
What does it look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell? How does it feel here? I don't think even in 500 years,
I don't think. Yeah.
maybe the
If
conditions have improved a little bit, right? Because there's maybe a couple more of these things.
Mhm.
They're not
the tribes
huge,
are
but
expanding,
yeah,
as humans are wont to do, or whatever these creatures
whatever these are.
there. Yeah.
Well, it's like once one of these things gets big enough to support a village or whatever, they can follow this thing and get coverage
Right.
from the wind by the new thing.
And the interesting idea, because they're younger, they're going to move around a lot more. So the village is far more nomadic, and then eventually will wind up settling down in the later years of the life.
Yeah. Hmm.
So
need
the
to get in there.
tribes move around a lot.
There's a beautiful yin and yang between our two cultures in this region. The positive tribesmen are just succeeding. They're reaching their dreams.
They're just vibing. Yeah.
The brutal treasure hunters are hitting a stone wall.
And how does it smell now? Well, probably a little grosser.
I was going to say
more
yeah.
of these things.
A
Lots
little
of-
more dung.
Imagine the
Giant heaps
size
of dung.
of their dung.
Yeah.
They need to have a festival surrounding
The dung
like,
festival.
Once a year.
They poop once a year or whatever.
Dung.
Right.
Holy
Especially
moly.
the big one.
Yeah, but I mean, that would mean like Long Island would poop out Manhattan.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of
Literally.
eventually, right?
Like, oh my God.
Where
Yeah.
does it go?
That's why
What-
the
what does it
topsoil's so
become?
fertile under
Yeah. Yeah, it's the runoff from these things for thousands of years. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then
Super manure.
maybe the aliens didn't pave it. Maybe it's just solidified poop on the top, and
Oh
it's
my
so
God.
rock hard you can't plant things in it.
Maybe they don't have like conventional pooping. It's
No.
like a secretion from
Oh
their
god.
body.
Yeah. No,
Somehow made it worse.
that would explain why the land was so instead of having to
Yeah.
spread manure, just like it just seeps out of their body.
Yep.
This is disgusting and beautiful.
Right. I'm gonna really enjoy all of us picking our heritages from these horrific places that we've
Oh
created.
my God. These things secrete stuff. That's just awful.
Hey, how's it going? I've never met any other people because I lived in the trees my whole life and then got out via a balloon. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm from the northern wastes where the whole land is made of poop. And giant birds the size of buildings eat people.
Hey, sounds like we're making a great fantasy land.
Yep, great.
I like the secretion thing though.
You wouldn't even
like-
like realize it, right? Like
Well,
maybe
yeah, because if
No,
they
you would be
pooped
like,
normally, it would kill people.
yeah.
Mom,
Everything.
why is the river running so black? You'd be like, don't
Yeah.
worry about it, dude. The thing ate too many hot dogs. You know?
It stepped in the river.
Yeah.
Is the implication that we've discovered a way to make hot dogs?
No, the implication is that he's having bad secretions because he ate poorly.
Gigantic behemoth hot dogs, Dean.
Yeah, I just want to know where the hot dogs are coming from. Because someone's got to
Well,
make them.
exactly. That should be our first quest.
The secret of the Windmills. is
Creating hot dogs. Yep. Okay. Does this place still use the same name? If not, what is it called now? Who calls it that? I don't think there's any reason to call it anything different.
Nope.
No.
This place is ancient.
I guess back to the second one though. Before I get too far, I think I like the idea that the spirit of adventure has not left the treasure hunters. Like 30 years is long enough that you could spend your whole life looking for something and maybe find it, and that keeps the greed
Right.
alive.
It's the perfect like trickle of like the carrot on the stick. The perfect trickle of motivation.
Like
throughout
the dejected people either
adventures.
die or leave, but there's still a hardcore group of treasure hunters that know they're gonna make it rich.
Always calls the extremely adventurous
Close to us.
youth.
Alright. If this was your fourth 10 card game's over. Okay, it's not. And so after every cycle, complete the rules. Alright, where'd it go? I don't remember. After every cycle, player draws a 10, time advances, rolls a 6-sided die. Add that. In the length of time, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Narratively useful. Table reconvenes. Collectively answer the following questions. Talked about that. Oh, back to normal then. That's it. Okay. So that was me, which means Dean is next. The Ace of Spades, which I believe is the second ace. Yes, the second ace.
Yep, second ace. Let me scroll it. Time to plant the seedlings. What in the world? Oh, goodness. The harvest, huh?
Oh, good luck.
What are the seedlings and where are they planted?
Right.
What is the harvest that is hoped for?
Think outside of the box, I guess.
I mean, or the tribespeople did figure out how to breed these things.
Oh.
That was my first go-to, was like, they figured it out. They unlocked the idea of what makes these creatures.
I mean, this is just animal husbandry for something that grows into the size of a state.
What if they found the sleeping one?
But what is the seed? What are they planting then? What are the seedlings that are being planted?
I don't know.
Sleeping one was a male.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh God. Literal seedlings.
They only need males to reproduce. They're all male.
No. The wandering one was a female. Was what I was meaning to imply.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
Uh-huh.
Here, we need you to have sex with this giant one of your species. It's asleep. You'll figure it out.
Called an earthquake. A big one.
Yeah, literally. No.
Many people died to bring these things to life. No.
Right. Many people died bringing you Long Island 2.
I don't know. I feel like we've done enough with the creatures that it doesn't all need to be, like, every question doesn't need to be about the good
I agree.
boys. We haven't really talked much about, like, what they eat or like what kind of crops they have. There's the sideways trees and foliage, because anything that lives or grows needs to keep itself safe from the wind.
You said a lot of like shrubby things earlier.
Yeah.
Just like winter wheat or whatever. If you've ever seen winter wheat, I guess.
I'm just trying to think of what the point of this crop is, because they're so nomadic that if they plant something, there's no guarantee they come back to it.
Well, it does also say the seedlings is in quotes, right? The idea is this doesn't have to be a literal plant.
Could they be attaching like a lichen of some sort to the creature?
I was straight up thinking that, Mason. That was my very
So
next
was
thing
I.
was, why not just have something that grows on the creature?
Yeah.
Like,
On its
you know,
shaggy fur. Or
exactly.
So the tribes like learned how to propagate this lichen.
Yeah, the creature's probably covered in dirt and mud and stuff. I mean, it gets all rained on. The wind blows stuff into its fur. It probably has all sorts of bugs. Surely it can help propagate a new floral species.
Yeah.
Maybe it's really cool, like Spanish moss type stuff.
What is Spanish?
It's the stuff. If you've ever been to the South, you've seen it.
Oh, yes.
It's the stuff that grows down from the trees.
Yep.
It is
Spanish moss, yeah.
everywhere from
Oh,
near where I live.
Yep.
Yeah, that is sweet.
So this is just like every tuft of matted hair has some of these growing off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it soft?
No,
It looks like it's slimy.
I mean, oh, you mean Spanish
no,
moss? Or
it's-
did you mean?
it's like grass, dude.
Okay. I meant actual
Yeah.
Spanish moss, but
Yeah. Sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you meant this, which we are creating.
no.
Yeah, it's like prickly
Okay.
in a way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's well, it's
You wouldn't want
it's
to be covered in
firm.
it.
It's firm.
It
It's
would-
not like
yeah.
slimy.
No.
No,
Okay.
it's a grass. It's like,
Okay.
yeah.
Hmm.
And Dean's right. Where that stuff is, it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
Like all over the place.
Yeah. It's also a huge misnomer because I'm pretty sure it's not moss or from Spain.
I'm sure the Spaniards just named it that.
Probably.
Look, it's moss.
Yep, there it is.
Look, it looks like
Sorry.
moss. We're claiming this.
Right. The first conquistadors.
So did they
clearly
just
moss,
eat
right?
did they just eat the plant, or does it like produce a flower or a nut or something?
Trying not to turn it into a super plant
No, that's
that
fine.
does everything.
No, it doesn't need to do everything. It's just
Yeah,
like
I
what
know, I
what
know,
is the
but-
edible piece of it? Is it the grass itself? Is it
Mm.
a fruit? Because to me, it doesn't look like it has much use other than it's there.
Spanish moss doesn't, but no,
That's what I
like to
mean.
think that there's some sort of budding fruit on them, and then once they eventually, begin to wither, or not wither, but there's some way to tell when this long vine-like plant is sort of past its bearing phase.
Hmm.
They use it for other things that you can use fibrous plants for.
Okay. They can weave small linens with it or whatever.
Right. Ropes, whatever else.
Yeah.
I looked it up. Spanish moss its name was given by French. So you can blame the French. You gotta, as usual, blame the French.
Did the French blame the Spanish? Like, were they like using it to be like, ah, look at these friggin' Spaniards. Look at all this crap
Probably.
look at all this crap that's everywhere.
Native Americans told them it meant they had the name Itla Ocla, which meant tree hair, and the French were reminded of the Spanish conquistadors' beards, so they called it Spanish
So they called
beard.
it Spanish beard, yeah.
Yeah, but that would be La Barba Español.
And then the Spaniards apparently called it French hair.
That's hilarious. So they were pointing
And
it was Spider-Man meme pointing at one another.
The French eventually, won through their cultural war of naming it whatever, and it somehow got swapped to moss.
That's incredible.
It's known as Grandpa's beard in French Polynesia,
Mm.
apparently.
French Polynesia.
What a strange. Huh. Oh, it's been used for building insulation. Interesting. In the 1900s, it was commercially used in the padding of car seats. Okay, I gotta get off this Wikipedia page.
Yeah, they've been using that stuff for building insulation forever.
Oh, interesting.
Everyone.
That's the harvest that's hoped for, at least. Because the third ace is harvest day has arrived,
Hmm.
which could be a different,
Uh-oh.
which could be a different thing entirely. But
Sure.
ooh, the first
Ooh.
Joker, Marshall.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, free for
Yeah.
all.
Oh goodness. And the
I mean,
walls will ooze
Ooze green.
green slime.
the aliens are back.
Yep, there it is.
Is this it? Yep, here it
Why
is.
would we give him the Joker? He can't
Uh,
keep getting away with it.
Now I
course
have
it-
no idea what to do with that.
I almost like the idea that this can be unbound from time too. In the same way that some of the like specialized situations talk about how one of them is you can go look somewhere else for a little bit.
Mm.
It says leave the frame. Just for a second, the window widens and we are able to see a little bit more of our world, you may ask. What is the mountain to the north of our house? Are there massing armies on the other side of the sea? What types of dogs do the neighbors have? Or anything else that you wish to know. Answer this one question that the table collectively answers, then the world snaps back. I almost like the idea that like it's that free. Like you can go look at whatever you want. Or we can do something without boundary.
Ooh.
Wonder what kind of role playing games they play there.
All of them?
Just in the zone.
Turtles
As any
all
good
the way
society
down.
does.
The tribe does have a lot of downtime.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't move much.
Well, I mean, right, all of the nomadic traditions, like they all have oral traditions. Part of that could literally be making a game out of storytelling.
Yeah.
No, the moss stuff won't go to the ground. That's what happens, and nobody knows why. When it drops, it'll hover about a centimeter or two off the ground.
Is that when it's a living plant?
Yeah, it's still alive too. I mean, you can push it down to the ground, but the minute you release it, it kind of
It
pops
pops
off.
back up.
Is back.
We have
Let it-
levitating moss.
Like,
Yep.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't have enough to hold you up or
No,
anything
not
like
yet.
that.
It doesn't.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh no.
So,
Don't
I
give
mean,
him
if
too
it's
much
like
power.
Spanish moss, we would have to super concentrate it, right? That said, when you shove it all together and like try to concentrate it, it doesn't levitate anymore. Like it doesn't hold anymore. You understand what I'm saying?
Like if there's like a critical mass.
There is no critical mass. That's the point. Like I could put 5,000 kilograms of the moss below me and it'll still push down to the ground.
Like light as
The
a
minute I
light
step
as a
off of
feather.
it,
You're saying.
the minute I step off of it, it pops back up.
Hmm.
Whether that's just a few grams or, a few tons.
But there's no accumulation of that force
That's right.
based on
That they
amounts.
know it. Yeah, right now, or they don't know how to do it.
Mhm.
No accumulation of the repulsive force is how I'm gonna word it. And again, is
That
that only when it's alive?
no, this is stuff dead. It
Even if it's dead.
decays.
And maybe
Yeah, but once it decays, it falls to the ground, right? It starts
maybe
decaying.
that's the
Well,
trigger
that's what I'm saying.
that Dean was talking about with how to know that the fruit or the flower that it grows is ripe.
It
falls
falls.
away.
Whether it's gonna start doing so, like the flower itself sort of raises more than the rest of the plant, creating this weird arc that wouldn't normally be there. And then once it's done being viable, it sags a little more or something.
What a weird plant we've created. I love it.
On a weird animal in a weird world.
All right. Do you want to do another card, or you good with your Joker?
I'm good.
All right,
That was a good use of the Joker.
Mm.
Just making a tweak
Mason.
that means everything.
I believe that's the first
Yeah,
5. Yes, first 5.
First,
That is. What are the stars like in our place? The sky, the weather. I think we know that last one. Bad.
yeah, bad. I would say that there are like pretty regular blizzards moving through the region, but that when they're during the off blizzard season or whatever, when there are fewer of them, it's an incredibly clear sky with like a borealis and extremely vivid constellations and stars.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the celestial nature of this area, like of this at all. So I like that idea. Only one moon. There must be more moons.
There is no moon.
Moon.
What? Oh, okay.
What color
I
are
don't
the aurora
know.
borealis on this planet?
Oh. What about like yellow?
Okay.
Just pea in the sky. No. Like like yellow and red rather than the traditional like purples and blues and greens. Like
Have you
something a
seen
little
Saturn's aurora?
bit true. True.
It's cool as hell. I just posted it.
Wait, did you? Let me
Yeah,
see.
that's what
Whoa!
on Saturn's south pole.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Some like hot pink aurora tinged by yellow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
On the North Pole, there's like a weird blue one too. It's got 2 different, based on the dipole. It's really cool.
Yep.
And this is an opportunity. I don't know how like out of bounds you guys want to go with this particular spot, but this is an opportunity to explain the unusual long days that don't transition into long nights.
The aurora
during a
is just
season.
so bright.
Yeah, it is. It is a like an aurora that practically acts as a sun.
So maybe the actual astronomy of it is the days and nights are the same lengths, but because the activity of this aurora is so bright.
Right.
Yeah.
It just seems like near constant day.
Hmm.
And then and then maybe inconsistent nights. Maybe the aurora is less intense at a random-ish time, and that becomes an hour of night or like 4 hours of night. Another reason why it would be like extremely hard to live here.
Yeah. You just learn how to sleep with the lights on. Anything else on that?
Okay, we've got the behemoth shadow.
Exactly.
No, that sounds about right.
Right. So Mace, back to me then, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I got the first 9. At least I think it's the first 9. Yep. What do people eat and drink here? What is considered traditional? I think the treasure hunters live a squalid existence. They eat they like jerkies and dried berries and kind of like a peckerman almost.
These are people that are out here because they don't really have much else.
Yeah.
They're playing the lottery.
Yeah.
And they need resources that last.
Yeah. They definitely don't grow anything, that's for sure.
They don't have fresh fish. That's
They
for sure as
do
well.
grow type of nut called D's.
Yep.
That nut is only a myth.
I've heard that as well.
I do like the idea that there's some sort of tribal. There's like a liquor or a plant that like they distill. It's like one of the few plants that grows. Kind of like the way that like juniper berries are put into mead in Scandinavian countries. Like maybe there's some sort of like there's this one bush that grows in these little outcroppings that
Right, and
produces
the
a small
pines from
berry.
it
Yeah.
be made into a liquor or something.
And it's
Or
very
berry,
valuable
yeah.
because these bushes don't produce a lot of berries.
And there's probably not
Berries
too
are
many
made
of
of
them too. It's not a whole lot out there.
It's got to be super strong, right? The liquor's just got to be just like
disgusting.
turpentine. Yeah. Yeah.
Like moonshine.
Yeah.
You gotta get a little boozed up to survive this, to be comfortable in those temperatures.
Yep. Everybody drinks, man.
Everybody drinks.
Yeah. All right, Marshall. Second 10.
The Russians drink more.
Oh, roll away. Let's roll.
And I think we answer the questions first, and then we roll. So I chose the Great Victory.
Sweet, sweet victory.
There are 5 left if you just want to roll a d5 in.
That's fine.
It's on page 23 if you want to look at the questions, though.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at them now.
And if we want to call it lights out after the second 10, I wouldn't be too heartbroken.
Yeah. Do. All right. What if one of these animals dies? And since there's not very many people around.
As the someone important.
Yeah. What happens then?
Is it one of the younger ones or one of the bigger ones?
Like, what if do they become a giant sinkhole and turn into a lake?
I don't know. You tell me. I mean, we discuss
I
it,
don't know.
but what do we like about that?
Whatever the function that causes them to like ooze their fecal matter or whatever it is, their unneeded materials, their waste
material.
yeah, becomes extreme after death.
I mean, how long does the meat stay good?
What if they're not made of meat?
Ooh,
oh my
true.
goodness.
Oh,
That has always been the sort of underlying potential,
Yeah.
right?
They aren't made of meat.
They are the light.
Who were
They're
they? How
the
were they
windmills.
killed? How were they killed? How were they remembered after? I think is what it actually asks. Or is this there was a great loss?
No, it's just someone important dies, right?
Yep.
Who are they? Why are they? Yeah.
Yep.
But we don't really have people.
No, we don't.
So we've got traveling dudes, some treasure hunters, and giant islands.
Yeah, they I
And
mean
windmills that got to be a long way apart to accommodate these creatures.
they're just that
And,
tall.
yeah.
That solid. Or that small. The creatures can just walk over them.
Oh, there's a thought. I mean,
Um,
if the wind is that prolific, you wouldn't need to build them really high. In fact, you wouldn't build them high.
right. So how were they killed? Is this going to be a treasure hunter thing?
Oh, a conflict.
Right.
Could be.
I don't think it
Maybe.
needs to be,
I don't,
but it could be.
but what else kills it? What else kills this thing? Unless it's just an accident.
I mean, there are the rocks.
It's true.
It's one
Well,
of
I
like
mean,
the younger ones.
the death of
obviously.
one of these things, regardless, would probably result in the collapse of a whole civilization.
I mean, that's a
The
whole
way
tribe.
we've,
Of a
yeah,
tribe,
the
yeah.
way we've described it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
One of these things dies, nobody knows, and it just, all of a sudden drops 30 meters or 50 meters or whatever it is. Everything
Mhm.
below it's definitely squished.
Everybody dies.
So like one of the expanded branches.
Unless
gets.
the thing doesn't actually fall to the ground and it floats too, but it decays and just,
We do all float down here.
I don't know.
So
No,
I've
just the
heard.
moss floats. I like the moss.
It also has. That would
Yeah,
be
maybe.
so much like anti-gravitational force to hold such a large thing.
Maybe. Gravity's not actually very strong as far as forces are concerned.
Fair.
Does it just turn into Earth as it dies?
Ooh.
I don't know.
It just like it just like decays over the next couple of days into dirt and rocks and mud and
Yeah, and what if it's
Whoa! What if they
extremely
don't die? What after like 10,000 years they float off into outer space or something?
bring
they
it.
just start
The aliens are
floating?
back.
No, these things just take off. Like, see you.
Not like gently float up, like rocket
Nah,
away.
just boom.
Yeah, shooting stars meme begins. Yeah. Okay.
Like they just
Like
launch.
you're all of a sudden sitting there, and then the house just takes off. See ya.
So yeah, that's the question. They just live under it, right? Like they don't live on it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there's people on top too.
It begins to quiver and then just rockets into the atmosphere.
Boom, see ya. Yeah,
The mountain. Is it the mountain-sized one? It's just gone?
yeah. Like Long Island takes off.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, the one that
But I
has.
mean, it's so rare, right? They live so long that these events are going to be very rare, right?
So
So
like
that could
the
produce all kinds
mountain.
of myth, legends.
Uh-huh. So essentially, the mountain to the west or whatever
Just
whatever
is
direction
gone.
you want to call it.
It's
Yeah,
gone.
just launches into space, probably with a significant amount of debris.
Yeah,
Like,
there's gotta
Oh
be
yeah,
there's gotta be a bunch of mud that's piled up on it. Some trees are left behind as it, goes through the
massive
atmosphere.
fallout. Oh yeah, and then think about the tsunami that would result if you pulled that thing out of an ocean.
Yeah,
And
you
with
better
all the
hope they didn't.
water
Yeah, you better hope
collapsing
they
in
didn't.
and then
They
back
didn't
out.
settle next to the ocean when they settled down
Yeah,
for their nap.
yeah. Like that water going into that hole and then back out from the kinetic energy would be just crazy destructive.
uh, It's just conserving all of its energy to just leap into space.
That's right. It's a 10,000 year build up to this moment.
Uh-huh. Coiling its hind legs to launch.
Oh
Or
my,
maybe
is
it
that?
has like
Yeah, is that what?
solar sails.
I was gonna say, is that what they're doing? Is they're like coiling the springs
Right.
as they settle in, and then
Uh-huh.
whenever they let go, it's just
Right.
they reach a
Yeah, but
certain.
what if
After the end of their
what if it
10,000 years or
releases some of that weird energy that makes the moss float? So like the legend, like think about this: the thing pops out of the ground, right, or whatever. All that debris goes flying up in the air, but then it's like suspended
Yeah,
temporarily.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's like when,
And so the thing's gone, but there's all this crap in the air.
and it like is slowly floating down to the ground over the next, 100 years or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. That's the coiling of the spring. Maybe it's like, loading
Building
the
up
energy
magical energy. Yeah.
or something. And kapow.
This is
Poof.
gonna be an interesting world to live in.
Or die in.
Yeah,
Right?
could be both.
Try
In
to
this
live.
case.
It's gonna be so cool though.
I like the idea that like it happens and, not everybody's looking at the mountain, but there's like a couple people see it and they're like, "No, no, no, I swear.
I'm telling you, man.
The mountain
see it.
leapt
It
into
just
space.
shot into the sky.
It just left the sky. It's gone. No trace of it."
Can't
Yeah.
explain that.
Oh
Everybody
man.
around.
One more idea. The aurora that's in there traces back down the debris like a lightning bolt. So like there's this aurora linking the debris to the ground.
Oh yeah.
Woo! That's what the treasure hunters are doing. There's
It-
there's theories about where these things go.
Ooh.
And some smart people are trying to figure out, is it real, right? Like, when's the last time one of these things took off,
Yeah.
or does it exist? And two,
When the
you know,
civilization still had the city, right?
yeah, where do they go? And how do I get there? How do I harness it?
Mm-hmm.
All the other,
Mhm.
delusions of
A grandeur.
grandeur.
Yep.
Yeah.
And maybe there's like other like the aurora. The reason it's over this region is it happens to be in between all of those mysterious windmills.
Windmills.
If you've been
Who
watching
owned
the
the
document,
truth?
every time I put windmills, I put it in quotes.
Oh, I've noticed.
Uh-huh.
We're watching.
God knows what those things are for by now.
At this point, especially.
Yeah.
What aren't they for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, roll a d6.
Sweet.
How far forward or backwards are we going is what we'll decide.
Boy.
6.
If you don't want to log in, I can roll it for you.
Am I rolling?
Go ahead and roll it.
You can
I
roll it,
thought
Mace,
you were
yeah.
rolling.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Sure,
rolled
I'll roll.
one. Andrew's rolled one.
Roll away.
100.
A mere 100.
A mere.
Uh-huh.
A
Casual
mere
century.
century.
All of the people you knew were dead.
Yeah. I assume forward 100 years, Marshall?
Oh.
Sure.
Yep. All right, so then our 3 questions. 3 questions.
Ooh.
Do our characters or civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? If anything, I feel like there's more people here now, after the story of a mountain leaping into the sky spreads over the next 100
It
years.
totally happened, guys. Source, just trust me.
Just trust me, lol. What do we think? Do people show up, or is everybody just like those crazy northerners or whatever?
I feel like yes.
I also
it would
think.
draw.
As rumors of the leaping mountain begin to spread.
My favorite place. Leaping mountain.
People begin flocking to the area. On pilgrimage or what? Jeez, and
You would get a mix,
what do the
right?
tribes people think of it?
Of what kind of other people are showing up? Like,
Who would
you know,
want to
this
come here?
exactly. Like, who's gonna risk it to come out here? You're gonna die anyway.
The
With
zealots.
the religious zealots, if there is religion, would definitely show up.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
Some sort of astrologers or
the power hungry nut bars, like the red wizards, that they'd show up. you know.
yeah.
Who else would do it? There's probably a few, good Samaritans running around, the Greenpeace of the world, just trying to do good.
Yeah, so I think remember what we set up was like magic is fairly rare, at least powerful magic, and if you can
Yeah.
do magic, you're feared or respected.
Yep.
So right, there's got to be like a delegate from like some magician is out here trying to figure this out. One of the few mages that isn't reviled or whatever, or is reviled and is out here experimenting. Religious zealots.
Ooh. Regional villain.
That's kind of my thought. He could be a villain. They could be a villain. I don't know who they are yet. Right. What does the place physically look like now? A mountain's gone.
I've heard as much.
And it's been replaced with an aurora beacon of debris, of earthly debris, of earth debris.
Who's Deborah?
Who's Deborah? Has anything else visually changed? How does it smell now? How does it feel here? Is there anything else weird about this floating area? Is gravity lesser here?
I think we established that, gravity is suspect among certain items.
Yeah.
And the moss, because it's hanging off of the big Wookiees.
The big Wookiees.
I mean, some of the tribes people have to be trying to like climb to space, right? Like leaping
Of course.
between the different meteors.
I can do it.
They're climbing the
I
udders.
can really do it, guys.
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to say that they couldn't. What if they transition to the astral plane if they get high enough or something like that? To be determined.
Tribes actually knows what's up.
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be something to put in the campaign background.
Yeah.
Like one of these tribes actually knows how to do it. They just,
Why would they want to?
Well, no, they tell somebody every 10,000 years when they get on the back of one of these things and take
to
off.
ride away. Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, I had already thought about there are a group of them that know it's coming and migrated to the mountain because they knew it was about to take off.
Note. Their last note. Hey, y'all, watch this.
By our estimates, the next one is at this location and is going to launch in 900 years or whatever.
9,999 years and yeah.
This is the Mayan calendar, except instead of doomsday, it's mountains leaping into space.
Yeah.
Does the place still use the same name? If not, what is it called now, and who calls it that? It's gotta have a new name now, right?
What would it have done to the geography ripping that thing out, right?
Yeah.
So would the cliffs be there? They'd certainly be taller.
I was still imagining this was like land side. But if this was like an island in the ocean.
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like
was there an island and now there's not? The sea levels are a few inches lower. Now, I don't know what the displacement of an island is. Probably not that big. I don't know how big the world is. Anyway, we won't get
It's
into
hard to
we won't get into
hard to
geophysics
know
yet.
at that scale. Also, there could be an edge to this world, so maybe the
Yeah,
displacement
true.
isn't so
True.
so far off.
I mean, if a mountain in a mountain range just disappeared,
mhm.
that would get some notoriety.
It changed the local weather pattern too.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, like not significantly in the larger geographic region, but definitely there would be a
Locally, yeah.
local effect, like a lake would dry up, or I mean something like that.
We need to come up with a cool name for mountain leaping.
Chaotic upward avalanches and mudslides.
Yeah, everything
all
in the
around
area,
the-
right, is getting sucked up
Right.
into this vortex. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
I mean, I mean, exhume is a thing already.
Yeah.
So you dig something out of the ground.
Ah.
Could be some sort of, spontaneous, I don't know, spontaneous exhumation or something.
Yeah. Exhumation. I'll look up some different languages words for exhume and see if any of them inspire a word.
What if they just call it like the hole or something now? The pit.
Pit.
The pit.
Right. Just
That'd be what the guys in
Dig.
Warhammer called it.
Yeah, that would be dig pit.
Dig
It's
pit.
dig pit.
He's doing it again.
It's happening.
There's all these crags all over the place.
Yeah. Some of them are coming to life. Dig pit.
the abyssal pit.
Oh man.
What makes a man want to dig pit?
Oh boy.
Exhume in Irish is Nochta.
Ooh, that's a good word.
In Russian it's Raskopal.
What a rascal, Paul.
In Punjabi it's Kajia.
I like Nochta the best.
Nochta.
Nochta pit.
I mean, or just
Knock
Nochta.
the pit.
I think Nochta.
Knock the pit.
I just couldn't help but add pit to it. But the region now has like a regional name.
Vietnamese is Kai Quat.
Ooh. Hai Quat.
Indeed.
Oh man, the word in Welsh is incredible. No idea how it's. Okay, I'm gonna post this.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh
say, can you
my.
pronounce Welsh?
Nope, I'm gonna listen to it though.
How many letters is it?
Oh god,
Yep, that's what I expected.
Dad Gudie Dig is what Google Translate's robot Welsh voice just told me.
Great.
Not as bad as I would thought it would be.
Still. Why should that be a word? It ends with dig.
It does end with dig. Scottish Gaelic is Erlorg.
That did you.
Pit.
Yep.
It's what in Scottish?
Erlorg.
Ooh. That's a cool one too. I vote that last one or Nochta.
Korean is Balgul.
Ooh.
I like that a lot.
I like that one a lot too. I like that one even better than Nochta maybe.
Balgul.
Combine them.
Nochta Balgul.
Mm-hmm. 2 words.
I like Nochta Balgul.
I like that too.
It just means exhume in 2 different languages, but you know. Nobody needs to know that.
The Great Exhumation.
Nochta Balgul.
Perfect.
There you go.
It's just showing emphasis, right? When you
Yeah.
say something twice, you're just emphasizing it.
Is that what the tribesmen call it, I assume?
Yeah.
Well, that's like saying chai tea.
Yeah, true. That's
Right.
true. Or non-bread. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, non-bread. There you
Yeah.
go.
Same thing.
Some bread.
Nochta Balgul. That does sound really cool, even though it's two completely different language roots.
Right. I mean, it sounds like something that would come out of like Vulcan or something.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Indies nuts.
Nice.
Perfect.
All right. I didn't think that would take quite that long, but that's a good end to it.
Yeah.
So Mason will be starting off. Unless we
Do
got
we
any
have
more.
a new? Is it untitled document?
I just linked it. It should be ground itself. Nochta Balgul.
Nochta Balgul.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're completely done with this place.
Oh, there's thousands more years to add.
Yeah, I was about to say. We've only rolled 2 10s and it's only been 600 years or whatever.
Only.
Only.
That's all right.
Only.
That's the nice thing about this system.
Yeah, so the mountain leapt into space.
Oh yeah.
And so cultists and zealots or whatever showed up to try to learn from it. And there's this stream of low gravity debris slowly falling back to the ground.
I mean, if these things are the size of
Long Island.
Long Island, aren't their upper backs already in the atmosphere?
I mean, they're not necessarily as tall as Long Island is long.
Sure, but they're not just the crust of the Earth. They're not like a pancake creature, right?
Yeah.
They could be.
I'm also sure things like settle around them. So in other words, they could be
Half
100,
submerged.
few
Yeah.
hundred. Yeah, they could be a few hundred feet deep.
I'm
Because
assuming
they're sitting in place for so long at that age.
I'm assuming they're like mountain sized, which the rock that makes up most mountains does extend quite far underground.
Fair.
But and also, did we decide this one was Long Island sized, or that they could get Long Island sized?
I think this one was like near the larger, like
Yeah.
near Long Island size, but not necessarily full grown. Like
Still,
it was mountain size.
If a mountain leaves its range, it's going to be noticeable.
Yeah.
I got the impression that we were saying this one was the largest we know is living.
Yeah, there we go. There might be another bigger one half submerged somewhere, but
Right, it's just an island somewhere.
Because the Long Island was that's their average adult size, if I remember correctly. That's just what they grow up to be around.
Yeah.
So there could be smaller ones. There could be much bigger.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's guaranteed that there are much smaller ones at this point.
I think you just mean...
I mean, fully grown ones.
There are some that are burrow-sized as opposed to the entire island-sized.
Oh, you mean like once they're fully grown, there's still variants. I think that makes a ton of sense.
Some amount of variants.
Mm-hmm.
On that note.
They're not all dittos.
Yeah. Mason draws the third 8.
Okay, just about to pull it up.
If everybody's got it open. Someone or a group of people comes to our place. Who are they and why have they come? Do they bring anything with them?
Oh.
Use a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
I was immediately headed in that direction, and then I thought maybe there's other ways we can expand the world.
Yeah.
But that one does make a lot of sense. I'm just if I'm going to go as far as making that the answer to this one, I would like for a significant enough thing for them to have brought that would have changed something in this area.
Imagine escaping the Great turbo wood, redwood forest, and then it's just like wintry desert.
Yeah, Taiga
basically.
wasteland. Yeah.
Just wow, this place sucks.
Yeah.
Let us stay forever.
It would be so alien. I mean, not even meaning to draw an allusion to
the things that went to space. Yeah.
right.
Marshall does keep trying to bring us back to aliens.
But, you know,
So
It was
could,
pretty
be.
successful. Last ground itself.
Who shows up? Or remember, you can do one of the, if you don't want to answer this, there's the focused situations. Tell a story, throw a party, discover something, see an omen, leave the frame, or
I
just
acted
move on.
for a second. What was the last sentence you said? I got cut off mid.
The focused situations too. If you don't want to answer this question, you could do excuse me, one of the other ones.
Okay. I think I will answer this question. I'm gonna say that one of the balloon people showed up there and put what they brought with them was their knowledge of engineering, and it sort of spurred an accelerated rush to dig into the city.
So the ballooner lands with the raiders.
Mm-hmm. Lands, meets the raiders. That's the first point of contact with anybody in that land, and it gets along with them for long enough that he shares his engineering knowledge to help them progress. And maybe they were significantly farther behind technologically than the balloon folk.
Quick interjection: the ballooner landing was a hoax.
Thank you.
Yep. As soon as Andrew said the ballooner lands, I was like, oh, I got it.
Now, that being said, when the balloon landed with all this wind,
Oh
I
my
doubt
god.
it ever got off the ground again.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah,
it,
maybe it
or it
crashed.
left, and he didn't
this
have a
is
choice.
probably one of the. I'm just assuming this is one of the guys that never came back to the woods.
Yeah.
This is one of the
Yeah.
worst places for your balloon to take you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Have to
I
turn
mean,
it
we
into
haven't
a
seen the other
glider to
places,
get
so
back up there.
maybe it's not.
Yeah, there could always be better or worse things.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate our potential for making unlivable city states.
Yeah.
That we're all gonna be from.
We're all going to be from the forest because it's the only place anybody wants to live.
Yeah.
I'd
Everything
love to have
else
a
is...
vertical river. That sounds awesome.
All right. Anything else on that, Mace?
I think that's it. Yeah, just better
good.
engineering for going deeper. Yep.
All right, makes
So now pulley systems or whatever,
Yeah. Makes you drew the first 7. What is the most beautiful thing in or about our place?
Ooh.
Y'all said it was pretty much lit by the Borealis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. One
Felt
was
like
so
day,
bright that it
24/7.
actually, it kept it daylight.
Mm-hmm.
But what if, like, what would normally be the evening or morning times, the lights actually danced? Like it was like a Technicolor light show.
Ooh.
The implications there.
Yeah.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
I liked it. Is that dawn and dusk or just one of the 2 cycles?
I think it could be at both cycles, but it's like radically different.
Yeah.
Like it skews to one end of the color spectrum significantly more in the morning, and then the opposite end
Right,
that night.
or even the patterns in the movement changes.
Mm.
Like maybe in the morning it's slower, and it's more wavy, and then in the evening it's faster and more staccato.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they don't know really the terms morning and evening because
It's
they just know
yeah,
when the lights dance.
yeah, yeah.
You know, so it'll be the slow dance and the fast dance.
Oh man, I want to run the narcotics industry here. I'll make a
Yeah,
lot of money.
that may be the way they tell the days when they, when people ask,
Yeah,
a time frame, instead of saying, well, it was this morning, well, it was a little after the slow dance of the
yeah,
light or something.
Or like it was 6 dances ago for a number of days or something.
yeah.
I mean, the rest of the place is pretty well bleak. That's the only
Yeah. I mean, it is the
color.
most beautiful thing then.
So,
Many dances ago in my childhood.
Yeah. Anything else on that mix?
no, that's
Okay.
about all I got.
All right, I drew the second 7. Invent
2
a
in a row.
specific street, building, corner, overlook, or meeting place. What is it named official, or what is it called officially, and what do the locals call it?
We have so many of those.
We've got, yeah. I feel like we've done a lot with the tribes that I think I'm gonna go to the hunters, the treasure hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay.
there is like a spired steeple that is the highest point, right? It would have been the highest point in the city that was there before,
Mm.
and so it's the furthest up in the glacier that everything's encased in. And so the bell tower, like the belfry of this spired cathedral, is basically it's the launching point. It's where
Alien.
it's where all the treasure. No, not that kind of launching point. Down, not up. It's
Yeah.
where it's basically like the town hall for the treasure hunters, right? Like everybody
Mm.
embarks from there. Everybody like brings their goods there. That's where, the bar is.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the receiving. It's basically like the caravan receiving spot, essentially.
It's like the closest thing those hunters have to like a small town or
Yeah,
like. Mm-hmm. It's the most traveled entrance point and the most
it's
maybe
like the
one of the only
safest.
known.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they probably excavated it and like reinforced walls, and there's like pulley systems or like rudimentary pulley systems to move you up and down through it,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody leaves from there and uses
Yeah, I'm
it as
sure
like a map marker.
ease of life, even a few feet down under the winds, is probably significantly better. So I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
imagining this to be hundreds of feet under the surface,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like maybe far enough down that natural light through the ice. This is like as far down as the light can penetrate.
Oh man, imagine how that looks. I just realized that the natural light of like the caves being sort of semi-illuminated.
And it's all refracted and crazy from the ice.
Mm-hmm. And like slight shades of color from the aurora, maybe.
Yeah.
It really gets funky when the light show is going.
Yeah.
What would make it cooler to have lights dancing? Let's put a disco ball in here.
I hope none of them have epilepsy.
Yeah. All right.
It quickly filters out the ones that do.
Right.
All right, Dean.
Working as intended.
You got the second 5.
Second 5.
Everybody's got the document up. I'll just let you guys read them now.
That's the secrets one. I want to make sure I'm in the
That's
right.
correct. You're on the right
Okay.
page.
What secrets are kept in our place? Why are they kept? By who and from whom?
Dean loves a good secret.
I do. I always start cold on these, though. I got to get my brain going.
Yeah, I do say I think I like having a hand better than drawing one card at a time. That may just be me though.
Oh, and then like deciding which one's in order.
Well,
Ah.
you can think up. You can think while other people are playing.
Right. You can also be more reactive on like, oh, this one would work really well with what we're doing right now.
We could try that for the next one.
I feel like there is I don't know what it's going to be, but there is a secret that the natives are keeping from the treasure hunters. And it is something it is something dangerous to their way of life, but it might be objectively good for the land or even the like world around them. I'm just not sure what that thing is.
I think we had alluded to, is this true, or am I just making this up because I was thinking about it as the GM? The natives are the descendants of the people that used to live here?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that was what I had thought. I don't know if it ever was
I made
said
that assumption
explicitly,
too.
but yeah. So maybe they know something about the city.
I was gonna say they know something about the windmills.
I'm fine putting a couple answers to it. Doesn't. We don't need to answer the windmills,
Right.
but I'm fine putting a couple details on the windmills.
Yeah, maybe like all of the chiefs of the tribes are given pieces of this fragmented history that could be very dangerous for the tribes in general. Their like long-term survival, but only because something better might come from it. But you know, people don't like change.
Yeah. We don't have to go any more than that. We can leave that.
That's I mean, I think as a secret, it should be sort of semi-vague at least.
It should be a secret.
Right.
Secret should be.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're supposed to make up
we
the
are
secrets,
also
but yeah.
we're the creators.
If
That's what I
anybody,
was saying.
comes up with
windmills,
something cool.
It might even be that they know how to get the windmills running again.
Mm-hmm.
But that might do something to terraform the land.
I had the assumption that they were still operating.
Oh.
But we didn't know what.
But nobody knows. Yeah, nobody knows what it does.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, we said they were still spinning. You know, whether or not they're actually doing anything, nobody said anything about
True,
that.
true,
I assumed
true.
they were sort of passively there, you know, reacting to the wind, but not.
Okay, they're not hooked up to anything.
Right.
Quote unquote.
Well, who knows, right?
Or
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Maybe is that the secret then? They know what it's hooked up to.
Right. And even how to.
What if they all? What if it's all like some part of a map somehow, or some way to figure that out?
Like an astrolabe or an orrery.
Maybe, or maybe it's a story, but you don't think about it like Indiana Jones 3, where they've got all the map, but they don't know where to start, or something like that.
I had said orrery, ORRERY. Are you all familiar with those? That's kind of what I had thought.
Those are the like three-dimensional maps that
they're the solar system.
Like,
yeah, they're models of the solar system.
Solar system models that sit on a table.
And some of them are like mechanized that like actually map the movement of the planets in
they're
relative time.
Yep, it's quite fun to watch.
I really like that idea, and I like the idea that without setting it in stone, that maybe what that sort of means is because you want their sort of lives in the land to be at risk if anybody found this information out. Maybe it's got something to do with maybe they're technically for terraforming, and it's what kept it a warmer climate back when there was a city here.
Or this is the link to Cthulhu.
Yes,
they found the link to the Eldritch God, and they shut it down because they're like, oh God, what have we done? And then society collapsed.
You said it's like Cthulhu. What if it's like the tribesmen in the story, where
Yeah.
they're trying to resurrect him?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
They don't want
savior
Like
the
god, Cthulhu.
don't want the treasure hunters digging too deep to learn
Yeah.
the truth.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, and maybe, I don't know if, again, keeping it super vague and not setting any of this in stone, maybe to play on the map point, maybe they have some basic knowledge of where parts of the city are based on their reference to the
Yeah.
windmills.
Yeah. We can go.
And that, of course, would move forward the treasure hunters significantly in their excavation.
Yeah, some of them at least. Yeah. Once they figured out the cipher or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, here's how we get to the national bank of this capital city.
Yeah.
Type of thing, or whatever.
All right. Marshall drew the second 3. You're on mobile. You want me to read them to you?
no,
Yeah.
I've got it here.
Okay.
I just had it on mobile because I've had to be up and down. My
Yeah.
son's trying to get to bed.
What? I think you got this one last time.
Yeah.
For the first one. What did the people in this place argue about for fun at the bar or in the square?
Oh boy.
It's obvious they argue over when the next whatever these creatures are
Now,
launch.
yeah. Now they know that they leave.
If they, yeah.
What
Like,
causes it? When will it happen?
Yep.
It's the talk of the town now. It's
Should
reforming
we be
society.
worried that we're all gonna die?
I
'cause
mean,
it decides to chunk
this is
itself up.
obviously got to be the center of conversation somehow.
They take bets on which mountains on the horizon are actually
Oh,
these
yeah.
things.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely doing that, and that's got to be some sort of small business now. But I bet there's some sort of argument over what this is all about. Now I don't know how this is going to work, so I need some help with it.
Oh, so like people have
The meaning of this.
they have sort of competing conspiracy theories that they like to tout as an explanation for
why the thing took off. Yeah.
mm-hmm. and how it maybe connects to the rest of the odd features of the
Yes.
land.
Yep. Like maybe it
Like
was
you've
done
got
on
your-
purpose, right? Or
Mhm. You got your tribe of like marshals that are just like aliens for sure, and then you've got this other group that's like, no, the government of the old city is still around pulling the strings.
yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
There
Anything
could
else?
be like 8 or 10 of these things though. Like, I mean, how many different viewpoints could there be that would have taken hold and
Yeah.
taken, in addition to additionally taken political hold?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've
Right.
got like the naturalists. The earth is angry with us, and that's why this is happening. You've got, yeah. And it's all chaotic enough that there's probably not a single theory that like over 50% of people believe.
Oh no, there can't be, not at this point in time.
Right.
We like it? Is that it?
Enough for me.
Doesn't have to be too crazy.
Yeah, I like to keep us moving. We don't need to dwell on anything too long. If something interests us, we'll talk about it. But
Mm-hmm.
Mace, ace 3.
Ace 3.
First or third ace.
Okay.
Ooh, fun.
Oh no, what is it?
The second of
finding
these
my
really,
console.
the second one is when the tribes figured out how to propagate all of the lichen
Yeah. And now,
Now, harvest day has arrived. What's being harvested? For what purpose? And how is it being stored?
Ah,
So it doesn't need to be the lichen, but
but it can be. We did sort of already get into how the lichen is harvested, so maybe
yeah.
a new thing is a good idea. Harvest day. Does it require that has to be like a
Doesn't need to be a plant, no.
okay, and it doesn't necessarily have to be something for consumption either,
No.
right? I mean, harvest sort of implies that, but
You can
okay.
you can interpret this any way you'd like.
Okay. So once a year, and I know we've been extra vague on the creatures, but once a year, the like, well, maybe it's maybe either the like leader of the tribe, like the chief, the one that gets to ride the big rock, or the upcoming like the future leader, the like best warrior that would be the next leader. They ride their rock up to near the creature's head, and they're in charge of sort of, not in a way that's detrimental because they're so massive this would never be a noticed thing missing, but they like carve off a tiny segment, not a tiny, to the creature a tiny segment, but to the warrior, the tribesman, a very large like totem sized segment of either a tusk or an antler or a horn, whatever it's decided they have, and they bring it down to the ground, and then the next week the artisans of the tribe carve it in their like traditional ways, and then they leave it in that spot, and then when the thing moves they leave it there. And so like throughout the landscape there are specific spots where these were previous spots that the tribe stopped and rested at for however long it takes these things to move on.
Yeah.
And every year they leave behind a new totem, and the totems are carved in such a way that they're porous. So some of the carvings, say the mouths on the faces of the totem or whatever, are open in the way a whistle would be open, and so they create tones when the wind breezes through.
These giant whistling statues.
Mm-hmm. Made of like ivory.
Yeah. Delightful. Oh, this shouldn't be in the deck.
Joker.
No, a face card.
Oh.
I must have used this deck of cards in between. Because I had them all separated. I don't remember using this, though. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Marshall, you got the or who's next? Mix. You got the first 4.
What is the primary building or natural material of our place? I'm going to say fur.
So remember that there's the treasure hunters too.
Better understood.
It's true.
We do focus a lot on the.
I don't want to keep unless the treasure hunters are gonna go fall into a hole and all die.
Well, would it not be different? I mean, these guys are riding around on woolly mammoths, so
Yeah.
For the tribesmen, you know, it's gathering the fur to make clothes and shelters and different things.
Right, insulation for shelters. Yeah.
What is their fur like though? If they're this big, right? It can't just be like downy fur.
It's
There's
big
probably
ropes
different
of
layers
fur.
of it, right?
Yeah, that's got to be multiple layers.
But I mean, there could be, you know, hairs the size of saplings.
True, the thread of it, yeah.
Yeah, that are actually pliable, that they can use like flexible tent poles.
There's definitely an entire like small economy built around harvesting the fur.
It's probably a whole job. Like each
Right,
each
that's
of the
what I'm saying.
types of fur probably have their own
Its
specialized
own, right.
gatherers. Yeah.
And the
And
cleanest fur
then,
will be higher up too, because it's not dragging on the ground.
Oh, I would think that like the cleanest fur is whatever's on the interior.
Yeah, not getting hit by the elements.
Yeah, like everything on the outside's probably matted and very very tough.
Right.
So you could use it for like hide on a, even though it's hair, it's so matted you could make it like tents out of it or like canvas bags. It's essentially it's essentially canvas.
good for the treasure hunters. I mean, I figure it's a mixture of ice and recycled stuff that they find below.
I love the concept of building out of ice,
Yeah,
as
like
crazy
igloos
as that
and
may be.
yeah. I mean igloos
So
are a
if
thing.
for the locals, would the abundance and type of the fur you clothe yourself in be like a status symbol?
Oh,
I've got interior fur.
That's right. But
Look how
I've
clean
got a
his fur
whole, yeah, I have like an entire mane of interior fur, inferior, you know, this
Right.
type thing.
I feel like we've already done one caste society. Maybe let's not do that again.
Huh?
Look at these maddies.
What I'm
Well,
imagining is
with the
right.
fur, I don't think it's so much a caste system as it is the different qualities. I mean, they don't have gold, or we haven't said they have gold or anything like
Some
that.
sort of trade
So
system.
it's not necessarily that it's a caste symbol, but a wealth symbol. Yeah, just
My thought
Yeah,
was
but
more.
Yeah, they're just staunch capitalists.
there's the guy that's going to wear the
It's like the
practical outer fur.
Ferengi.
There's the guy that's going to wear the practical outer fur because it's going to keep him safe. But there's this towhead running around, with nothing but a inner fur bikini just because it's worth
It's
a lot of money.
stylish. My thought was that
Inner fur bikini.
the
What a
different
phrase.
the different broken up tribes all follow different beasts that are going to be different ages and sizes. So
Yeah,
there's
well, we
there's
said
going
they
to be
were the
different
same thing,
qualities of fur, right?
That's true.
Types.
Like the older ones are going to have a coarser fur than the younger ones, or
right.
like think about how gray hair is so much more wiry than like youthful hair. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they're less hairy when they're younger, so it's more leathery. You can't really harvest anything that's not just fuzzy fur from the younger ones. I guess even the younger ones are
Peach fuzz.
a city bust size, but anyway.
That's just a teeny tiny little thing.
Yeah. Right. Mixes at the bottom is back to me already. Third 5. Oh, I typed on the wrong sheet. There is a union. Is it political, emotional, marital? What is newly aligned? There's an obvious one here.
Cthulhu.
Okay, there's 2 obvious ones then. I don't just want to make somebody from the tribes go to the treasure hunters.
Could the alliance not instead be with the ballooner and the treasure hunters or something?
I guess it could be. Maybe that person like gives up any hope of getting back.
Yeah, they have technologies that the treasure hunters would love to use to get into that ice.
Yeah.
Into the old city.
Even though they've been talking about it and maybe helping them a little bit, this is a chance to the guy gives up on or the girl gives up on trying to get back home and just embraces
Look at the
these
wind,
people.
fool. You live here now.
Yeah. It's probably I think they view it as political because I think that we said the people that left were usually of high regard.
They
from
were
the
escaping.
treetop city. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they had to be of a high caste to have that sort of engineering.
the knowledge, the know-how, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Or to even have the freedom, whether it be an intelligence thing, to have the freedom and time of day to be engineering rather than working on a whatever their equivalent to farms were or whatever.
A great tree harvesting.
Yeah, I think their technological prowess kind of sets them up to become the new leader, the new like follow
so
me
they're
and I'll
like-
lead us into a golden era.
Gotcha.
I see.
This is my society now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's the idea
they
of like
already see themselves as the upper class,
as the
so why
elites.
wouldn't
Yeah,
Well, and amongst the treasure hunters, it's not like they have a long term like culture of ancestry. It's people traveling there to strike it rich for the most part. I mean, and maybe there's a few generations that stayed there, but
yeah,
they're probably not like a full society as much as just a rogue band of adventurers.
I had always imagined them to be a rogue band.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This might be the sort of.
This is the unionizing factor. Yeah.
Exactly.
This is the catalyst.
Maybe they were sort of isolated rogue bands that often met up in the main area, but had sort of their own groups initially, and this gathered them as a force or an actual group. It focused them.
Just what they needed.
A catalyst to a new hegemony. That's how I put it. All right, Dean. Second 9. Oh, interesting.
Someone or group leaves our place. Who are they and why are they going? What do they take with them and what do they leave behind? Interesting.
Balloon guy leaves right away.
Nope.
Instantly gone. Yeah, that makes sense.
Kidnap the most powerful person and leave.
See ya.
Another mountain could leave.
I was going to say, I had an idea.
Oh, no. Is it the mountains are taking off?
Another one. They like a group of them, right?
Mm.
The cult of the mountain or whatever, like try to stir one awake to launch.
That implies that it works, though, right?
I mean,
or
they
just extremely lucky.
Yeah, they might think it works.
Because the thing has to leave.
Well, maybe they were right about its age, and they started doing whatever rituals they thought would trigger it, and it just so happens like, within a month or so, it actually takes off. So they had like 10% of the information right, but every other detail was wrong.
Or we could even just back that up. Is this a group of the? Is this a group from the tribes that have become radicalized and go live on the mountains now, in hopes that they get launched? It is your card. That was the first thing that came to my mind. Is like a cult springs up and is like, let's go to space.
Oh no!
And then they camp out on the mountain. It doesn't have to leave yet.
Yeah.
But
they bring with them the key that turns on all of the windmills.
I was thinking that there's going to be something important that the tribes people are losing out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of their leaders was taking a fragment, a secret with them. I like the cult idea. I like that they spring off a branching faction from the classic tribes. Maybe not necessarily to go to space, but maybe there is like that underlying, if it happens, it happens. Like we would totally be down. Maybe they're going to find the secrets of these creatures. Like, what are they? Where do they go?
Well, what makes their behavior cultish?
I used the word cult, but it could just be
It's true. Yeah.
it could just be a
Um,
faction of them, like Dean said.
Maybe they are instead of a cult, instead of using that term, maybe this is like a research group.
Mm.
You know, the tribes don't necessarily have, right? They just sort of have their traditions and continue on with what has always been. There hasn't been too much to stir up their history until the mountain took off.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a group that's, you know, this is like their renaissance of,
Yeah.
well, the mountain left. The mountains are what keeps us as a tribe around. Maybe we should figure out what's going on with that.
Right. So this is what we were describing earlier when what they argue over. So these are the scientists saying, no, it's one way, and the other people are saying, no, it's another.
Question, Dean. This is just to see what you were thinking. Were you thinking that, so like obviously this group is to remove the cultish aspect.
Yeah.
They're a slightly non-traditional group of tribesmen. Do they, I mean, because the general tradition and history of these tribesmen is following around their big beast friend.
Mm-hmm.
Does this group maybe, whether or not they've got like a smaller, younger one with them or whatever, did they also experiment with leading it elsewhere? And maybe that's how they're, like, maybe they head west from wherever this plateau is with it into towards the mountains more or something, or into different lands.
Just saying they like guide a smaller one.
Mm-hmm. To take with them while they're trying to learn essentially the secrets or do research. Part of that being they're learning how to guide it, because traditionally that has never been done. They just follow it where it goes.
Sure. Maybe they're learning how to control. Oh God. Maybe they're learning how to control the beasts.
These ones come back in a few thousand years with like full Oliphant harnesses and.
We can now move the islands.
Right. They've got a battleship now, a living battleship.
That kind of fits with.
Who can move mountains? We can.
My idea was like, think about for the majority of the like 6th to 15th centuries, the most learned people were monks. At least in Europe, I guess. Right. It was monasteries. It was the abbot was like the most learned person in the area.
Those were the longest running tradition.
That was worldwide, dude.
Yeah.
Europe.
So it's like the people that just sit around and studied.
People, yeah, they had the ability to study, where everybody else was just trying to subsist, right?
Yeah. And just like there are gradations of religiosity amongst people. Like they don't all have to be religious fanatics, but they're the monks. This is the monastery class. And they're like, we're gonna go to the mountains and figure it out.
We're gonna go to High Hrothgar.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, even here on Earth, science was a divine endeavor for a while.
Yeah.
To the point where a disagreement about it could get you killed.
Yep.
That can still happen in some places.
Yeah.
Yep.
At least the Pope doesn't do it now.
Not yet. Anyway.
Not yet.
That's right. This is only 2022. Wait till 2023.
I got a few books you can read. You want to break out the conspiracy theory.
You good with that, Dean?
The Pope still does it, just indirectly.
So this is Marshall then. You got the third 9. 2 9s in a row.
6s, 8s, 9. Celebration.
Festival. Holiday.
Yay.
Ooh.
Or remembrance.
Remembrance of the mountain.
Is this an anniversary of the mountain leaving?
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Well, the
mountain left.
Suggestion.
They all throw rocks in the air.
Well, I was gonna say suggestion. We had said that the material is slowly falling back to Earth. Is this when the last rock touches back down? When like the last of the debris finally settles?
Man, that makes it sound so gentle.
In my mind, it is falling very slowly.
Slowly, huh?
Yeah. Like I was imagining this was going to take years to subside.
Yeah, I think that was listed in the sheet somewhere that it was like decades.
Yep. Yeah, like the floating fur.
Mm-hmm. Like it's still being affected by the whatever gravitational.
Yeah, it's whatever
Weirdness,
magic
yeah.
that was is slowly waning. So whenever it finally touches the ground again, is like they've been watching it and waiting and predicting like, oh, it's gonna hit.
It's science, not
Like,
magic.
If it takes
No, what if
decades,
there's
then
like
that
a
means
whole-
there's like
Yeah,
years of it
that's what
sitting
it
a
is.
few feet off the ground, right?
it goes
Yep,
to
this is
space.
the-
Yeah.
No, this is the catalyst for the next stage. There's like a whole temple built around this thing, and it's like one little piece of pebble.
Yeah, I'm imagining it's like softball sized. Yeah.
Yeah, not even. Like it's
It's
the size
coming.
of somebody's little pinky nail.
It's coming.
And it's just slowly going down to the ground, and there's a whole priesthood around it. And
There's
it's
some
getting ready to
statue
hit.
next to where it's going to land that's got like marks on it measuring how many years has passed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Offerings, all kinds of stuff.
Uh-huh.
they're planning the celebration of this thing.
No, they don't know what's going to happen. Like, there's all kinds of competing theories. Like, either, the gates of hell are going to open, and, I don't know. The gates of heaven are going to open. That's the other one. Everything's going to be hunky dory. And
That's
then
when the
there's a
aliens
science
return.
group who's like,
Giants in the
nothing's
sky
going to
will
happen.
come down.
And then there's the scientists, like I was just saying. Those guys, nothing's going to happen.
They're too busy off in the mountains figuring out what's actually happening.
They don't care.
Oh, they probably care. They just not in like a something crazy is gonna happen. They're like does this have some greater impact that we don't know about right now?
And then, every opinion in between all those
Mm-hmm.
viewpoints.
And like what Marshall is saying, I mean, regardless of anything ends up happening when it lands, which it seems unlikely to, because it is just sort of an arbitrary, it's falling back into place.
Yeah, just rocks falling to the ground.
But everybody observing and everybody that knows about it in their heads thinking about it as a catalyst for some change will sort of lead to it being that way, whether or not it like some big thing happens. Everybody looking at that moment as sort of the turning point.
The greater
sort of makes it
suggestion.
one.
Yeah. Which is why it's a festival.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether you think nothing's going to happen or it's going to be the best or worst thing that's ever happened,
They're going to throw a party.
They're going to throw a party.
Uh-huh.
Because remember that, like,
1999.
the way that I imagine this is like, yes, we jumped forward 100 years, but while we're playing this, it's taking decades, right? The space in between.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, like, this could be happening over decades. It's not all happening on the same day.
No, I was thinking like a building like the Pantheon, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Parthenon?
No, the Pantheon in Rome.
Are those two different things?
Yes.
Good God.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pantheon just
The
means a group
Pantheon's
of gods.
the dome that's got the little hole in the middle.
The thing, I've literally been in that.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't remember what it's called. Yeah.
The Pantheon. That's what it's called.
Yeah. Oh, I believe you.
That's what I was picturing in my head. Like there's that hole right in the ceiling. That's where it came down through.
Yeah. So they built the hole around where it's gonna fall through. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the ground that it's gonna land on is undisturbed. Like they left that part uncovered, so that it can touch the ground again.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. All right. So that was Marshall. So Mace then.
Okie doke.
Just from my having taken Latin in high school, the Parthenon is Greek.
Yeah, I was about to say that's on the Acropolis in Greece.
It's in Athens, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm talking about the Pantheon.
The Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon.
In Rome.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mace.
Anyway.
You drew the third 10.
The
Oh,
third 10.
So look
the
through
great
that.
cards.
Look through the list and see.
Dope. Man, I've been rearranging all my windows because I had way too many, and I just... Oh, there it is. Oh, nope, that's the other one. Sorry, one moment. Got it right
Sorry.
here. So the third 10 you said?
All three of them, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember which questions we already asked. And I don't feel like scrubbing back to find it. I think we'll figure it out, though.
Just scroll past it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, so the first 10, I think we did the gardens are planted. Because a creature was born. The second 10, there was something left.
That was
think
in the
y'all
mountain
did-
left, right?
So is that there is a great loss? No, there's no way that's what it was, right?
Didn't y'all do there was a great victory?
Yeah, maybe this is a resting day in the knowledge of a secure future? Because it's someone important dies. Oh, maybe there is a great victory. Yeah, that sounds right. So no gardens, no victory.
Okay.
Basically the first two.
There can be no victory. Only defeat.
Well, it is somebody died, there's problems, or there's a secure future. So those are
Hey, one out of three ain't bad.
a great loss is the fourth one that's left.
1 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah. Means we have to end on one of those if he picks that one. Yeah.
We
So
believe in you,
do you
man.
want to end on a tragedy or do you want to confront the tragedy? I mean, they could
Actually
both
a
be
very
tragedies.
hard choice. For some reason, I'm having trouble finding the list of because I'm in the ground itself.
Page
and
23, 29 in the
Oh, I
PDF.
was too high. Okay, thank you.
On the great loss,
Gotcha.
what if all
There
that
they are.
disappeared?
Is that what it was? We said great loss for the mountain?
No, I mean, what if they all like disappeared?
They just
Oh,
all left.
they all just take off.
It's
You know,
finally
it,
over.
Like completely changes
Dude, that's
their
like
way of life.
the apocalypse.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah.
be catastrophic to these people.
That's
That'd be the end of everything.
Lasers
they're ready to
everywhere.
throw this festival and then all of them just take off into
Oh.
space.
Thanks for all the
But
fish.
it's not my question. Y'all.
Boom.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe it does correspond with it actually landing. That thing lands.
It hits
Great.
the ground and
Oh.
immediately all the rest of them take off.
It's a signal to the others.
My God.
This is... Why are we doing this to these people?
It's beautiful.
They're all dead now. Boom, boom, boom.
Or maybe they're becoming mole people. They're going to live where all the holes were left.
Oh, goodness.
I was hoping I would get something like innovative wise, because I was thinking maybe the balloon sparked a revolution and they started making these like Wright Brothers planes that they
There's
didn't even
plenty
have
of
to
wind
pedal.
here.
Yeah, they didn't even have to
True.
pedal. They just had to catch the wind.
That's why I came up with the glider parachute things, because I was
Mhm.
like, when are we gonna get this again?
Yeah, or
Maybe
even like ice ships that use sails
Mm-hmm.
move across.
Slide across the ice.
But I don't know. I couldn't get past the Wright Brothers plane, and I kept seeing that guy off of the old Max movies, the
Yeah.
Australian guy with the
On the top of it.
with the little old skinny guy that he always kept running into. They had like the old leather pilot's hat
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
anyway.
Mm. I think I'm gonna choose the Great Loss. I'm just deliberating on
Oh my goodness.
what.
Yeah, there is a great loss, one that sets new burdens on the inhabitants of our place. How do they cope, and what have they lost forever?
So all of ours are gonna end, isn't
Hey, there's another 10.
it?
We could pick the happy one. I mean, to go from what have they lost forever to if we pick the knowledge of a secure future for the last one.
Hmm.
Or maybe that's just the the treasure hunters take over.
Right.
That's the secure future.
What if the
Ugh.
last what?
Uh-oh.
I just had an idea.
What is it?
They're
Pick
never
it.
good. They're never good, Mason. Don't listen. Don't
The
listen.
gla-
It's gonna
the
be
glacier,
destruction.
the glacier,
Melts.
the entire no, even
Okay.
better.
Oh.
The glacier that
Floats into the
contains
sky.
the entire. I was gonna say sinks into the ocean.
Oh,
The entire
The whole
glacier.
city's gone.
Yeah, the whole city is gone. Like imagine Los Angeles sinking into the sea.
Thank goodness.
So
I mean, it's
all the
it's
I mean,
encased.
that's
take off,
Here's the
and
other
then
thing
this
is,
thing falls off into the ocean.
yeah. I mean, it could be both, I guess. It could be both. I was just thinking that the entire
It would have
city
to be.
in the glacier falls into the ocean. That gives
Ooh.
me an underwater city to deal with later.
We could just make one of those, Andrew. We don't
We-
have to
We
destroy
could.
a people's civilization to do it.
Hey, the tribes people will be fine.
They'll be fine.
They're living in the mountains now, remember?
They'll
Some of
become
them.
the, what is it, the Akazati or something like that? That's in Pathfinder.
I don't
For
know
what?
I haven't read the lore enough to know.
I
Well,
don't know
they're
much about
the
myself.
they're like the amphibious ocean people. They're the Pathfinder Tritons.
Got it.
What if when the final rock lands, ushering in a new era, something changes about the windmills begin
To activate.
slow.
Oh.
Okay, well, it could be slow or activate because they could work in either direction based on what I'm saying.
So here's the just to throw
yeah.
more ideas at you.
Yep.
The windmills activate and the glacier melts rapidly.
Oh god, it's coming.
The city
Succeeded.
the city is exposed
Uh-huh.
and the sea levels
Yeah.
rise.
Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I like that one because the direction I was going with it is either the windmills kick up their pace or diminish their pace, and rapidly the weather changes.
Yeah.
And so
Do you like it getting hotter or it getting colder?
I was still playing with that in my head. I don't know, because when I first thought of it, I was thinking maybe the blizzard season practically spans the entire year now, sort of driving everybody underground or driving the tribes people to huddle around their beasts a little more tightly. But I actually think I like the melting idea much more. So maybe over the period of like 100 years, it melts.
Why don't you roll the dice for? Do you want to roll the dice and see how long passes?
Yeah, because I mean, even 100 years of a glacier that size melting is pretty rapid.
Yes.
But yes, I'll roll the dice to see. Hold up.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Grinnell and Sperry glaciers in Glacier National Park.
Nope.
So they are the two glaciers that Glacier National Park are more or less like named after.
Mm.
And obviously they've been melting. And there's a cool comparison picture of like what it looked like in 1900 compared to what it is now.
What size of dice do you think I should roll?
It's a d6 for the book in the book.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So this will determine whether it's a decade, 100 years, or 1,000.
No, we're
Or-
always
No,
on
no.
the same.
Yeah, it's how many hundreds of years.
Yes.
Of the 100 years that we've already. Okay, gotcha. 200 years.
200 years. Yes, I mean a glacier a city-sized glacier, an LA-sized glacier,
Mm-hmm.
disappearing in 200 years.
That's pretty rapid. I mean, that would cause devastation around
Yeah, that's very quick.
it.
I mean, it's not Atlantis, but
Yeah, and I like the idea of the windmills starting back up. Whether or not they were always sort of ambiently moving, now they look like they're like performing a purpose again.
or are they like glowing and spitting electricity or something?
I think the aurora is sort of focused around them a little bit.
The light show?
Mm-hmm. The light show in some way interacts with the blades of the propeller or whatever design they have at the top.
I've been waiting to get a card where I can mess with the light show that has been set up. I have an idea for it, but I don't want to voice it until I get something that.
And when that happens, maybe it gets more intense because it sort of implies that their interaction is some exchange of energy or something.
What is? Sorry, I guess I missed that part.
The aurora, maybe it gets more intense at the same time, like just all around, because whatever that is, however it interacts with the windmills, it is now actually powering them again. Or that, I mean, that's a major assumption, just to keep it vague. That is an assumption that it's powering them, but I wonder what era we're going to see this place in. Is it going to be the Antarctica era? Is it going to be the giant big pit era, or is it going to be the tropical era that's to come?
This is all the history of it, right?
Correct. Basically, wherever all of this ends is where the current state of the world is going to be.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm so worried about us destroying every civilization there is.
Yeah, we can't destroy everything.
Right. That's what I was thinking too. I think for that sake, I thought there might be a slight like slider you were going to use for, but I guess it makes sense because otherwise the future would be set in stone and you wouldn't want that with players interacting.
Yeah, this could have been. We'll massage the timeline to make sure that everything, like, as we leave each of these, is roughly how it is when we start to play.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Because at this rate, we're gonna build a bunch of city-states and demolish them.
We are very good at destroying things.
We are very good.
It's so much fun.
We built our wooden block tower, and like the 3-year-olds we are, we like to knock it down.
That's right.
Do our characters or civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Did the tribesmen start taking over? What happens to the treasure hunters?
Oh,
is it just chaos?
A lot of them die because they're underground, and water.
They were like living in that
and moves downward.
Well, right. Are we saying it takes 200 years though to melt the glacier? Right? Because like you'll notice that it starts to melt, and like some of the supports they have will collapse. Like I'm sure some people will die, but
right.
some of you may die.
a few feet per
Just
year.
sacrificed.
That's a whole lot of water across an entire plateau to
Yeah.
seep into the cracks.
Yeah.
But yeah,
This is now a
I do
marsh.
agree. Yeah. Well, and it's probably, I mean, it's going straight to wherever
Thanks,
it
Miyazaki.
leads at the bottom, so it makes it harder to get any deeper because
Mhm.
whatever deepest tunnel they have is now slowly getting filled with water.
Yeah. That's like the most hardcore of them are probably sticking around to wait for the melt to finish, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or like
Yeah.
beginning diving excavation because like more of the city's exposed so they can get
That's
into more
right.
buildings more readily.
And their technology has been jump started a little
Oh
bit too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have a way out.
Maybe they've got a system of breathing tubes.
It's
They
a series of
become,
tubes.
Oh goodness.
A computer is a series of
Rapture.
tubes.
Create Rapture.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
There you go, Andrew. There's your Atlantis.
Yep. Thanks.
Bioshock style.
Andrew, was your series of tubes reference that guy who was trying to explain the internet in
yes.
like the late '80s? Yeah.
It's a series of tubes.
It's a series of tubes. No, it's not.
What and so what do the tribes people do then? I assume they're still around, right?
Didn't they cause this?
Did they cause it?
Hmm.
Did they
Well,
cause
they
it?
had the secret, didn't they?
Do the characters or civilization still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Is the question. Are they still here, or are they trying to take back the city? Or do they want nothing to do with it?
Well, isn't
And
there
they're
an
just living in
ancient
the
eldritch
mountains.
god?
Well, you know.
Might be pertinent.
Whatever it is, this definitely would change them significantly. And yeah, maybe some of the more warrior-minded tribes do sort of try to move forward and take back the city, but then maybe the vast majority of the tribes sort of go to the outskirts of the plateau, the glacier, to look into where they could travel with their beasts. I mean, because their beasts won't necessarily survive a marsh, for all we know. They're not.
I think it's hard to upset something that big.
It's so big.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to ruin something that large.
But like anything that lives anywhere its body is built for that temperature, and something with so much fur.
Yeah.
It's gonna shed like crazy.
Rapid evolution.
Oh god.
But I mean, they don't.
Or maybe they live so long they've experienced like
That's
ice
true.
ages and great warmings.
Wasn't it
Yeah.
that they live tens of thousands of years?
Yeah. They've
So
seen
they
this before.
probably,
This
is-
all
yeah,
right,
survived
here we
every
go again.
Yeah,
environment.
this is like your dog shedding its winter coat because it's summertime. Yeah.
But
Plus they
it's the
don't-
size of Long
The
Island.
size of Long Island. Yeah.
They don't multiply fast enough to really promote quick evolution either, so they sort of have to be that way.
Yeah. I mean, evolution can be different. It's magic. Hand wave, hand wave, hand wave.
Heck yeah, dude.
True.
Ignore reality,
That's
supplement
right.
your own.
Supplement your own.
Within one lifespan of one of these things, it evolves in multiple ways.
It's actually just a bunch of gnomes in a trench coat. What what does this place
Classic.
physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell now? How does it feel
Oh,
here? It's
That
stinky.
smells terrible.
It's stinky.
Mhm.
There's the shedding with
Big,
the wet
nasty
giant
fog.
creatures.
All
Wet.
sorts of giant creature fossils
Wet
are
shedding
uncovered.
mountains.
Just the amount of wet fur.
Uh-huh.
It's just the worst.
Oh, that would reek.
I mean, the ocean, right? The ocean levels are rising, so
Mm-hmm.
and
Lizards are
warming.
replaced
And
by
warming. There's
parental
probably like
downpours.
huge fish kills because of how
Oh.
quickly the waters are warming.
Mm-hmm. Freshwater too.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the icebergs begin to sink because it dilutes this part of the ocean. It's not as buoyant.
Oh.
It's a stinky place now, apparently, is what we've decided.
It's actually turning into Innsmouth. We are
Yeah,
actually
we're literally
creating
just
Innsmouth.
making Innsmouth. Does this place still use its same name? If not, what is it called now? Who calls it that? I feel like it's like doubled down now.
Yeah,
The city's been exhumed.
Mm-hmm.
it's coming back, Andrew. It's making a resurgence.
Nochta Balgul lives on.
Yeah, now the entire, instead of the local area, the entire city-sized segment is all Nochta Balgul.
Yeah, it's the whole like peninsula or whatever we're on.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness. All right, Mix, you get to pick up from there.
Congrats.
Yeah, good luck.
200 years have passed,
Yeah, destroyed your civilization.
and
Here
you
you go.
drew the fourth 8. Oh, yep, hey, that makes sense.
I would say so.
What is it?
The future feels
Future.
unsure, and the talk of our place has turned to preparations. What preparations are being taken, and for what?
Very
so-
suiting.
They're making lots of
So-
boats, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What did we decide? Is this place like submerged now, or
The city is definitely mostly submerged at this point.
Yeah, I
I like
to
the
think
idea that it's
the city
draining.
is-
Probably less
Slowly.
submerged than it was in the ice.
It's
but
not encased, it's
still-
still submerged.
Right.
I mean, is this Liurnia?
Oh, gross.
Like, is that what it looks like? It's
I could see that.
Liurnia of the lakes. Like I mean,
Uh-huh.
even the geography of Liurnia. There's that big gash in the middle, which could have been in the
Yeah.
real world could have been formed by a glacier.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible photo. I can't find a larger one. Sorry.
No, Liurnia is one of my favorite environments, I think, when I stumbled across it.
That
Because
whole.
you find, like, the tops of buildings.
Yeah, there's just like the tops of buildings just like poking up out of the water. You can't
That cathedral with just the tower showing.
Yeah. That's yeah. I think we're all on the same page in that regard. You can only access the tallest of the buildings. And even then they're probably incredibly dangerous, right? They're collapsing.
Mm-hmm. And even then, you can only go to the water level inside
Yeah.
the building, even without extra technology involved.
All right, Mick. So there, it's mostly submerged.
hmm,
What is being prepared? Who's preparing what? And why?
I think they're definitely going to be preparing something in order to dive. I mean, whether it's some sort of scuba gear or if it's
Rapture.
working, just working your way down, waterproofing the buildings,
And finding air pockets or whatever, and
Yeah,
then
and-
pumping water out.
pumping water out.
Mm.
What if it's one of the things that the windmills were doing was powering bilge pumps?
Oh man,
Ooh.
I like that idea. Let's not say that it was to pump out the water to awaken the eldritch god that's buried underneath, but we'll get
Let's
there.
not
We'll
go
get
that
there.
far yet.
Yet. Or like harnessing the windmills to do it.
Yeah.
Turns out the windmills are even older than the old city.
So I think one of the things is as the water level is dropping, just due to runoff, but also maybe these pumps as well. They're trying to shore up these buildings as they move down, so they don't end up collapsing on top of them.
Yeah.
They actually have structures to live in the meantime until they get to what will eventually be ground level. I also think there's probably been a surge in the Navy. They now have a Navy.
The treasure hunters or the
Whoever's left, somebody's building boats.
Mm-hmm. The
I mean,
beasts still wander, but they're like half submerged.
So they're just riding them like islands. Yeah.
Right.
I like that we can throw this to the we can hint towards the water nation we're gonna build in one of the other
Mhm.
games. Other boats
Yeah.
show up.
I think
Oh,
our
you mean
giant,
Rapture?
I think our giant furries are now dire beavers.
Giant furries.
Dire beavers.
Die.
Yeah, turns out they're actually just really big beavers.
What kind of trees would even be large
Yeah.
enough for them to care about?
Yeah.
They
Okay.
dam up the entire edge of the plateau so that it
They eat
stays
mountains.
at level.
Yeah, they don't have to eat trees. They eat mountains.
Dire
I was gonna say there
beaver.
is that entire giant mega redwood forest that we created.
True. Everything started there.
It's all coming back.
That's the Garden of
And
Eden.
that would be local to giant beavers. I mean, their relativity to what's close by is like, oh, that's right over there.
But one of the things is, what if the creatures are now moving considerably faster just due to buoyancy? I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
there's-
the massive amount of muscle it took to move a creature this size, you put it in water, and all of a sudden, it weighs half the weight that it used to.
They're like
Plus, it
hippos.
has
Yeah.
it has none of the thick, dense fur that it had for the
Because it
cold
shed it
climate
all.
was in.
Yes.
These things are very goodness.
I mean, hippos can practically sprint underwater. That's what's
Mhm.
happening.
They like torpedo themselves because
Yeah.
they like jump off of the underwater ground. Yeah, it's so wild to look at.
Yeah, they could even be seals or sea lions or otters for that matter.
Yeah.
Woolly seals.
They're giant woolly seals. Oh my gosh.
You know what used to be
It warms up and they start barking.
when they used to just lumber across the tundra. Now they're actually lithe and swimming between these buildings.
Big narwhal tusks.
Yeah, that's where the tusks were.
Hmm
Goodness.
Maybe they evolve rapidly, not rapidly like you would watch it evolve, but over the period of like a couple hundred years, an individual will sort of adapt to its environment.
Yeah.
And that's why the shedding and why it helps explain how they survive thousands of years through environmental change.
Right. I drew the fourth 5. Someone is found guilty and is punished. What did they do, and what is the punishment?
Who started the windmills?
Oh,
Who-
man.
Who broke
200
the
years
city
ago.
out? Maybe they all live hundreds of years,
I think
That's true. We haven't determined what like a lifespan is.
right?
I'm
Could
gonna.
be
I
Is
think
it similar between the races?
Could be like the elves that,
They're snow elves. Now they're sea elves.
I do sort of like the idea that the tribesmen were like quote unquote snow elf like.
yeah, I don't mind them being snow elves.
Just to make them more distinct, like a different ancestry from the hunters.
Yeah.
Not only for that reason, but one of many.
I think I'm actually gonna do a situation instead of answering this one.
Ooh.
I think I'm going to discover something. This is a chance to name a fact that enters the world whole cloth. Maybe a teenager unearths some strange old artifact, or a chemist synthesizes a new periodic element, or a water main breaks in the street. Do not add details to past events. This is a discovery that is happening right now. Narrate what was discovered and why it is important.
Oh, there's so much potential there with so much uncovered.
There are signs of... Oh my gosh. Tell me if this changes past... I don't think this is adding details to past events. While they're pumping things down and they're recovering wreckage, they start to find art made of like fishbone and what's it called? It's scrawling. What's it called? I think we talked about this last time.
Scrimshaw?
Scrimshaw.
Scrimshaw.
Yeah.
I think they start finding some scrimshaw
Mm.
that is in a similar style to the tribesmen, the snow elves, but has some like distinctions, like is different.
Mm.
Maybe there is someone else living under here.
Oh.
Currently?
I
Is
like
that
the idea that
is
this
that
stuff
the-
is like in good shape. Like this is
Oh, okay.
recent.
Recent.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Well, what we're discovering was made recently,
Right.
Mm-hmm. Implying that there's
implying that
probably current.
there
It's the
probably is
implication.
something. Correct.
Like maybe certain segments of the city actually had
Pockets or whatever.
right
Yes.
bulwark of some sort in place that
Yep.
prevented. Yeah. And it was such a developed city that there was actually means to survive for that long down there and resources of some sort.
I'm gonna add a detail to it that it is like dire.
I was muted. Dire? What do you mean by dire?
Apocalyptic.
Say-
Mm.
The writing is a warning almost.
Yeah, it's like it's like how a lot of it was part of the Aztec culture, but like there's a lot of art of human sacrifice.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of theming that's similar to the snow elves, but this is dark. This is hopeless. This is nihilistic.
Mm-hmm. It's a different branch of them that lived underground for however long.
Yeah, like
Sort of,
macabre.
yeah.
It's very macabre in
Mm-hmm.
in the way that it is.
We found the Sahuagin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's not what they are, but
There you go.
that kind
I
of what
mean,
I had in mind.
Think of what a culture would sort of make part of its ideology after thousands of years of not being able to see the sky.
Yeah, yeah,
Who needs the sky? That's overrated.
yeah. I mean, the Falmer did it. They were snow elves, right?
Right.
Anyway,
Ick.
As long
Well,
as
I mean,
we
not a
don't,
whole lot of vitamin D for them.
as long as we don't have to use those names for the Underdark.
yeah. No, I will not. Don't worry.
Sloop doo blurp or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's the Kuatoa. Yeah,
You do bop?
bleep bloop blop. Yeah. Hey Dean, you drew the first 6.
Give me a sec. Let's see.
Yeah.
What is the most horrible thing in or about our place? Classic.
Classic.
This could be it. This could be a concept. It could be an actual thing. Can it be the looming danger
Of
not only this potentially nihilistic society that lives beneath you, but also that which lies beneath the city?
Mm.
Or is that too loose of an interpretation of horrible?
No, I think that's fine. Right? Remember that we're playing a place, not a people. So like this
Right.
could be some eldritch being that lives beneath the surface.
Yeah.
And we're getting closer and closer to it, or
Yeah.
at least the people who used to live on the surface now are.
Yeah. Without saying what
So
it
it makes
is,
sense.
I had something in mind like an aboleth. And the people that were down here have been corrupted by it, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't need to be an aboleth, but like that
Yeah.
same idea that like there is something that has been pervading the minds of whatever's been living down here for hundreds or thousands of years.
Sort of going down to the lower levels is coupled with terrifying dreams and whatnot,
Yeah.
or whatever, without getting too specific, or just a general sense of anxiety at all times.
If there's a Lovecraftian cult, I will be joining it, just so you know. So
Okay.
be prepared.
Do you want to add anything else to that, or are we just gonna say like what lives beneath?
Yeah, I think it is the unseen dangers of both of those things. Like, has anyone from this other society been seen? No, but the danger is still there. Has this creature, whatever it may be,
Yeah.
been found? No, but there is something, and it is not good.
Man, y'all would love Heart if this is where we're going. Anyway, have people been disappearing? Is that part of why it's so horrible?
Yeah, I think the beginning of something is starting. It, like, literally the beginning, right?
Yeah.
There are the signs would be there if you were like a historian or a detective or somebody who is actually looking into
Yeah.
this. But for the everyday person, it's like, oh, just everyday crime or like weird, maybe a weird thing happens to somebody and you're like, oh, that was very strange.
Right.
That thing that happened to Tim.
Yeah.
But you
or
don't
like
realize it is a sign of something far worse coming.
Yeah.
subtle
Yeah.
things like a new room is discovered in the underground city through excavation, and slightly more nefarious looking scrimshaws are in there, or ritual sites, or
And everybody who happened to discover that room claims they have the exact same name and are pretending to be the same person.
Yeah.
yeah.
You love to see it. Who's after Dean? Marshall?
I believe so.
C, D,
Yep.
Marshall, didn't you draw the first Joker?
Did he get the second?
Because you got the second one too.
Wow.
I did.
Is it,
You get to do aliens now.
or is it a curse?
Again.
Woohoo!
More aliens.
Unbelievable.
He
All
can't
the
keep
things
getting
you
away
can
with it.
do. Yeah.
What did you do last time?
Man, that sucks.
Last time you said the moss floats above the ground. That's what you introduced with the last Joker. And things are so much weirder now.
Why didn't somebody else do this
Exponentially.
one?
You want
Can
somebody
I-
else to do it?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I got to do the last one, just being up front. And Dean sounds like he really wants to do something with these
There's
lights.
just one. Yeah, I just had an idea for him.
What do you
So
got?
it.
What if
There you
the
go.
lights are actually creatures?
Like the
They
aurora?
have like bioluminescence, and they're moving through the air. Like they are feeling the signals of what's happening down the ground, but they live in like the atmosphere.
Like sky eels, like those eels at like
Yeah.
extreme depths that have all the colors all the way along them.
Yeah.
I was thinking void worms, but yes, also sky eels would also be.
Are they
There we go.
corporeal?
Do you say they're corporeal or incorporeal?
Ooh.
Are they corporeal? Like, or are they incorporeal?
Maybe they're only corporeal at night. And that explains why their vibrant colors can be seen.
Because otherwise they're just like energy.
What if they were microscopic before and they didn't realize that they have a hive mind?
Wait. Who's the they in this case?
The little glowing creatures are actually particles, sentient particles.
Oh
that
my
form
goodness.
a
Instead of
hive.
like
They're like
big
nanites,
worms, they're
but
like little nanite things running around.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are they still also void worm / sky eels?
Maybe that's the form they take. Like
this concept has really gotten crazy.
You asked for this.
I know.
It was just a thought.
I like that idea that they are a hive mind.
That makes them even more alien. So yeah.
And terrifying.
Yes.
Right. And it takes them out of sort of the life cycle of other animals in the area that they would have
Yeah.
been.
And the
yeah.
the reason that the colors are more active now is because of the events that are going on.
Yeah.
It's affecting the
Mhm.
atmosphere.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. The city knew this. That's why they built the windmills anyway.
Right, to harness them in some way.
Or to keep the
Or to
the
keep them
things
up
away.
there. To keep them up there,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Who knows?
Oh, well, I guess it's
They're
gonna.
actually
They're
they're actually
descending.
giant fans and not windmills.
Yeah, they're giant fans, yes!
They can only move so fast, and it
Yeah.
just gradually blows them
Yeah.
away at
Yeah.
a faster speed that they can move.
There's no longer enough power to really keep them high up. That's why they're more visible now.
Oh.
They're slowly descending. It's happening, guys.
The
So
Eldritch
what
Beast
does
was the
floating
lights all
moss
along.
have to do
Yeah.
with it?
Grant us eyes.
Grant us eyes. Oh my god. Okay. Alright,
I,
so
for one, welcome our nanobite bioluminescent
new overlords, yeah. Alright. Marshall, instead you got the second 4.
And
Oh
4.
man. This is a good ore. Quote, the bar, unquote, opens their doors to all. What is the bar and who's a regular there? Or, quote, the church, unquote, changes a core mandate. What is the church and what about their worldview has shifted?
Oh.
In light of recent events, we now worship the skylights.
Unrelated note, it is so warm.
Yes.
It's insanely warm.
Insanely
it's
hot.
For like 5 minutes.
It's sweating in my apartment all the time,
Yeah.
even when it's low on the AC.
It's 25 here today.
Good lord.
Felt like 100 plus here.
No, it's 25, like I don't know,
Yeah.
upper 70s or so.
Celsius is mild.
And my little window unit got switched to Celsius the other day. It took me 10 minutes to figure out what was wrong with it.
Only 25 degrees.
Only 25
what?
degrees? What do you mean it's so hot?
Excuse me?
Why can't I get this thing to go above 40?
I want
You know,
70.
it was
What
an
is
air
Oh my
this?
god,
conditioner.
dude, you're gonna cook.
You'd literally die, yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I like it to be cool, but 40, come on.
Yeah.
40 is like
70
105
Celsius
degrees.
or buff.
Yikes.
Okay, so the church or the bar do something.
Yeah, so either somebody opens the bar, whatever that means, and who's a what is the bar and who's the regulars, or the church changes a mandate. What's the church and what worldview changed? Or you could pick one of the other ones if you don't like this one.
One of the
No,
One of the
events or-
situations, yeah.
That's it.
Focused
No,
situations.
I don't want to go for the church thing. I don't feel like upsetting the whole worldview. So, the bar, quote unquote, was a society of intellectuals
Mm.
or self-proclaimed intellectuals.
Oh, the monk people that went off to the mountains?
No, these guys reside in the plains. They
Okay.
just think that their hair is better than everybody else's
Their
or
hair?
whatever. Yeah. There actually are smarter than one else, some capacity or another, and it's like kind of a secret clique that everybody knows about that you're not allowed in.
It's the
You're
Masons.
invited.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Masons.
It's the Masons.
Yeah, Mason.
Shoot.
Marshall's not trying
Oh,
to say
sorry.
something about you, but
I was trying to keep that under wraps. Now you guys know
like a mummy?
about my society.
Mason's a mummy?
That
Masons and
Wait.
and so they've been under a lot of scrutiny. And then so they said, okay, we're going to show you who all the members are. And then when they opened their doors, like all the tribal leaders, they were all in there.
of course.
So
It is the Freemason.
now all the little tribes don't quite know what to do with this.
You kind of cut out in the middle there. All I heard was "don't know what to do with this."
I said all the tribes or all the little groups whose leaders were in the society now don't know what to do with this.
Maybe the secret's gonna come out.
They can't. Yeah, the guys in the Illuminati can't hold it in anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the new world order.
Right.
I'm tired of
You
these
let too many-
plebeians acting like they know everything. You want to see what's real?
The
Open your
Illuminati
eyes.
isn't the same since we let in all those normies.
It's just like D&D.
Well, maybe they do actually hold a secret. I mean, you mentioned an elder god. Maybe they know something.
That
Or
was
they
funky
they
guy
think
from
they
below.
know. They think they
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I think they know what it is. They secretly
Except for
worship
that
it.
one guy who is communing with whatever it is
Which-
every night. In
Or
his dreams.
maybe they actually do know, and they're not. And that's the part they're still keeping a secret, even though they did quote open their door unquote.
Yeah.
They're like releasing false secrets or something.
They only open half the kimono.
What is the should we come up with a working term for the inner circle society?
The cabal.
The cabal, the inner cabal.
Or it could be just it could be the bar. We could just take it right from the game.
Yeah.
The bar.
Ah.
It has a nice ring to it.
Sorry, you don't measure up to the bar.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to take my final test to pass the bar.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
The bar exam.
They call themselves barristers.
Mm.
I love the term barrister.
It's a good word that doesn't really get used anymore.
Yeah.
It does here.
I was about to say,
Oh.
in the non-American English-speaking world, barrister is still used very commonly.
That's right.
Good.
It's such a good word.
The Berenstein barristers.
The Berenstein. Yeah, that's the.
I
That's
love
nope.
that.
That's it. They're the Berenstein barristers.
The Berenstein barristers.
All right. I think we've gone off track on that
Yeah.
one.
What do you mean?
I'm putting a pin in it. We're gonna move on.
What color is the pen?
Mason drew the third two.
The third two.
Oh, huh. Well,
9.
The third two is twos. There they are. Major modification is made to the environment of our place. What is the change? What is made? Was it made by someone, or did it simply come to pass? Well, obviously, the environment just changed significantly, but maybe this is the sort of the living environment is now, after so many years of this new landscape, finally the living environment is getting developed again. So maybe that's sort of floating raft communities around, so that way they're not just constantly losing their place in whatever, let's say the treasure hunters, where they would have had sort of a small bazaar or town in that bell tower you were talking about. Obviously that bell tower is getting higher and higher up compared to water level over time, and so now maybe there's sort of raft-like communities built around spots like that
They're
also
creating
go
Waterworld.
down with the
yeah.
waves.
I was literally gonna say we're literally inventing Waterworld here.
It's the change in environment is through living technology now adapting to the warmer weather and to the waters that are changing gradually, and maybe even to take it farther, they're primarily boat-based communities, like a large yacht of some sort, for lack of a better term, carries a small community, and that way they can bring their sort of living environment with them from entrance of the city to that entrance of the city, or whatever happens to be docking at each.
And our mountain creatures are everywhere now
Mm.
because of the water.
Mm-hmm.
You can't map the archipelago anymore because the archipelago moves every day.
Right. Well, yeah, and then that would be the other. Alongside this change for the treasure hunters is the same sort of change of these creatures now almost being vehicles for the tribes people as they wade through the waters much faster than they used to.
What would be considered a terrifying speed considering how big they are.
Yeah, the wake that they leave, like, is a surfer's paradise.
Like, to Andrew's point about hippos, apparently their sort of buoyancy is perfectly balanced with the water around them. They're like, they experience very little resistance when
So good.
moving in water. Yeah, because the internals of their body has the same sort of pressure balance as the water does.
Love it.
Cool.
All right, mix. Second 6. The end is nigh, I think. Not that many cards
Someone
left.
returns to our place change. Who are they and how are they different? I think someone comes back. One of the explorers that went down in the buildings got lost. He comes back and he can breathe water.
Oh my, what? Uh-oh.
Are they
He's evolving.
amphibious? Are they amphibious, or can they only breathe water?
I think they're amphibious.
Are they changed in any other like visual way, or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
I think they've got gills.
Mhm.
But
Like
but
a
I
forced
like to think-
evolution almost.
Yes,
Like
I-
how
I
many?
I like to think that I think it was like a group of explorers, but like they drowned and everything went black, and they woke up and they had these gills in their neck, and they don't know how they got there or what was done to them while they were sleeping.
They're definitely not spies now. They're
That's right.
definitely not spies now. These people can be trusted. Embrace our watery brethren.
Give us skills. Give us skills.
Grant our skills. Grant our skills. Plant gills on our necks.
I'm
we
good.
may cleanse.
I'm good with that being where we leave that. That gives me lots of, as we're approaching the end here, this is going to give me a lot of fun stuff.
I
And
feel like there's so much.
we are really building Waterworld because Kevin Costner's character had gills.
That's right. I drew the fourth 2. A breakthrough moment in technology, arts, politics, philosophy, or daily life tips the scales of a power balance. What was the breakthrough, and how does it play out socially?
They figured out how to give people gills.
All in on the gills.
They reverse engineered it.
That would be pretty amazing.
I almost like the idea that it's right. It says technology, arts, politics, philosophy, or daily life. They backtrack to where they were, and people just like go and drown themselves to get gills.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Does it work every time?
And it,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was gonna say, does it work?
Or okay.
there's
Horrific.
right. There's got to be some sort of.
Oh God.
I know. I like the idea that it works every time.
Can you imagine? Hey, you just have to go drown yourself.
Yeah. It's
What-
literally a death cult.
What if it works every time within a certain specific spot?
That's what I'm
But
saying.
the only deaths, right? But the only deaths that come out of it are people who try to
That don't make it.
do it either on their own
Yeah.
or they don't make it to that depth before they drown, so they're drowning slightly outside of the vicinity they would need to, and that's how deaths occur. But within that vicinity, every single person would.
So if you drown yourself and hit the target, so to speak.
Right.
Does
You
that
get
mean
into
that
the
they keep it
specific
a
room.
secret? Like this group that has decided to give everyone.
Well, that's what it says, right? What was this breakthrough, and how does it play out socially? They start,
I would assume it's guarded at first, like
Yeah.
in terms of they don't want everybody to know, because it would give you such a leg up on exploration down there.
And you might have ulterior motives.
Well, and we've got a cabal. We've got the bar. Maybe the bar controlled the spread of the secret.
Well, the
Oh,
thing
the
about
jail
it,
mafia.
it opens up a whole new landscape. They don't even have to be territorial because
they can
they
live
can
in the
live
water now.
places that everybody can't live.
Man, good thing these aren't body snatchers. Anyway,
Oh no! Now they can access Rapture.
Dean got the third 3.
Yeah, we
Oh.
do have rock creatures with a hive mind that are.
Oh shoot! I clicked outside of my document right when I. Oh come on. 1 second. You said third 3.
Yep.
Light can
Okay.
exist underwater.
Yes. Do they need light though? Do they use something more?
I'm talking about what changed them.
Ah.
The light creatures may have.
Oh no! How have they gotten down so far?
Maybe it's where they came from.
They're among us.
Amogus?
Amogus. A new style fatter devotion. Well.
Oh.
A new style fatter devotion sweeps our place. What is it? Who cares about it?
Are we putting all the chips on Eldridge God?
I mean,
the spread of the cult begins.
I'm always
is that what
for
you're
it.
saying? Does it start within the bar? If it does start,
I don't think so. I think that it was someone else found it, and the bar is like, "Hey, we need to get in on that."
All the good stories are told in the bar.
3 men walk into the bar. The third one hits his head.
Yeah, I think these people are seeing this as a, maybe it's even seen as like a sign of the next step of evolution, or like a superiority thing of, well, I am now amphibious, whereas these plebeians can only live on air. Those who have been deemed worthy or whatever they believe is, that's how you get chosen, and then they let you drown yourself.
I think it's amazing that the weirdest thing we have now is not the giant woolly mammoth.
Not the giant walking creature. They become mundane almost.
It's the Elder God.
It's yeah. Is that enough, or do you need more?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just putting devotion in things for my notes later.
I'm just wondering how we could possibly escalate our third city-state to the.
They don't need to be escalated. Some of them can be mostly normal.
Andrew, you did
at
this.
this rate.
Hey, I'm loving. I'm loving every second of this.
When you allowed my vertical river,
everything went uphill from there.
That's how it
uphill.
started. Yeah.
Uphill.
You opened the vertical floodgates.
That's right.
Right. Marshall got the 4-3.
I thought Shrew was going to get the next 10.
Ooh.
Grant us threes. Grant us threes.
A bad decision.
I don't know if our land can handle another bad decision.
Yeah.
Lots of bad stuff.
It's a matter of perspective.
Bad for the people, but good for the Elder God.
Well, isn't that what's good for everyone?
Right, in the grand scheme of things. they only live so long. This thing is the true.
Just let it happen. It's the truth. What?
No, this
Excuse me?
thing. He's
Now,
the
hold on.
true. The true populace of this land is just the
Mm.
single elder god.
Is
Everything
Cthulhu
else
down
is
there?
ants.
Okay. So, somebody upstairs decided to import corn.
What?
Oh,
From where?
oh.
The like
I
treasure
haven't
hunter
figured that out
people.
yet.
The treasure
Yeah.
hunter people probably
They
have.
planted corn
Okay.
up top.
Okay.
Now,
I'd like to see where you're
Cthulhu-
going with this.
Cthulhu hates corn.
What?
He's allergic.
Why?
It's his one
Gives him
kryptonite.
allergies.
He's more of an oats guy himself.
No, yeah, it's just a flavor thing.
So planting the corn is kind of like giving Cthulhu a rash.
He knows the dangers of corn syrup in a society,
Yeah.
so he's trying to help us stay healthy, really.
Right, he's got a view of the long-term future and how this could affect it.
Right?
Right.
You don't want a bunch of fat
Yeah.
people in your society. It's terrible.
Gonna cut into profits and extend costs and all kinds of other things they don't like. But anyway, for whatever reason, him and the corn just
Don't get
can't
along.
be. Yeah.
They just don't get along.
So
Is it special
with his
corn?
increased rashiness or irritation, things are going wrong here and there.
It lashes out.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
What if you're sitting there and so all of a sudden, I don't know, you're in the restaurant and the kitchen explodes.
And
Bam!
your brain turns into spaghetti.
Yeah, something. So random acts of senseless
Cthulhu.
terrorism,
Yeah.
Cthulhuism are popping up.
Random
And
acts
it's because
Cthulhu.
of the corn, but then, nobody's figured this out yet.
How
Is
could
it,
they?
Because why would they think it's corn, right?
Uh-huh. What if
Yeah.
what if the corn has some sort of lily pad aspect to it to sort of allow for the, because as of right now it's mostly water and a few points of marsh pretty much, right? Kind of.
Right, it's got to grow somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does it grow and it has a structure sort of like a lily pad where it sits on top and sort of floats there, maybe?
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe it's a weed in reality, but obviously we use it as a food source. We, as in the people, use it as a food source,
Well,
but
corn's
it's
a grass, right?
sucking out the nutrients
Right.
that this thing is sort of relying on.
It doesn't like it.
Right.
But the guys that planted the corn or whatever we want to call this crop or whatever, they love it. Like they're
Chorn.
upstairs
It's
roasting
chorn.
corn, popping corn.
It certainly
Just happy
tastes
to
better
have
than
something to eat.
lichen.
Yeah,
And,
Chornthulu and Cthulhu don't really get along.
Yeah, it turns out the corn is actually just another eldritch god. They just don't know it yet.
The Lord of the Corn.
I mean, it's Khorne. It's
Oh,
corn. They're planting corn.
no,
Great.
not corn from Warhammer. Corn, not him.
And they flake off, right?
I
yeah,
meant
of
like the
course.
plant corn, not
Nope.
like the
Nope.
chaos
The-
god of
the
anger.
chaos-
Skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god,
That's right.
Yeah.
milk for the
Corn for the
cornflake,
cornflakes.
milk
Not-
for the cornflakes. Oh, okay, all right.
You see them
Mason.
planting row upon row of corn demons.
Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. Demons emerge from it.
Mm,
Mason, you got the fourth
just like
9.
Full of fiber and
nine.
protein.
Gotcha. New information about
Oh.
the past event is uncovered, casting it in a dramatically different light. What was found and how does it change how the past is perceived? Oh boy. Maybe some information about the city and the purpose of some of its structures. not all information, so not like they understand it completely, but something points to the fact that the city's structures have spurred on this environmental change. Like it maybe that was a part of some of the theories in the past, but this points, they find the control room, quote unquote, or whatever room with whatever sort of magic pedestal would operate some of these giant mechanisms that caused the terraforming. And it became more clear that they had some connection to the changes in environment. So it goes from they thought this was a natural cataclysm or just a natural sort of environmental change to clearly the city is doing this to itself.
Yeah, they
On
gazed
some
too
level.
long into the abyss, and then it gazed back.
And that is
Say,
met
hey,
with
get the
sort of
corn
this-
out of here.
Right. Well, and now all of these explorers that have been seeing the city as this like slumbering ancient structure see it as a much more
It's a big machine.
it's a big machine. It's and it's participating in the world again, and they're inside of it, and that's terrifying. What is it doing, and what can they accidentally get in the way of that will kill them, or whatever?
Goodness gracious.
Do they accidentally trigger some other mechanism in the city that was still slumbering that leads to some other change that kills them all, or makes it unlivable, or accelerates the process, therefore putting them all in danger?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if they bring, like, I don't know, carrots next time? Is everyone gonna die of plague, or
Right. They're at the whims of this elder god, so you got to be careful what food you bring, because
Right.
he might not like its flavor.
what if he's only a dark chocolate kind of guy? You don't know that,
He gets gas from milk chocolate.
right?
Mix, you drew the
Can't digest
third. You drew the third 7.
A forgotten aspect to our place is recovered. What is it? A corner, a basement, a hidden garden?
Recovered too.
Yeah, so this could be one of the things that was recovered from down below.
Which means it only has good properties.
Yeah.
But what could we recover that would be really cool? An apparatus of Qualish, of course.
Of course. We couldn't go a campaign without one.
It's a submarine.
Yeah.
Yep. I think maybe, yeah, that could work. Wish I would think of something better. I really don't have a good one for this one. Needs to be something cool, though.
Honestly, I like the idea of a submarine.
I do
Yeah.
too.
As
I mean,
a
it was a
forgotten-
port city. Yeah.
Well, and like the idea that people explored the depths before,
Mm.
and the depths are higher now than they used to be.
Yeah, I'm still
Like-
trying to make Rapture a real thing. So.
Like Cthulhu could have been here the whole time, and people could have been trying to wake him up the whole time, but nobody knew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe at the very, I mean, and this will come up in another question, I'm sure. This doesn't really fit this one, but maybe just thematically, at the very deepest sort of, let's say in the future, all the ice melts. It sort of reveals that this is all a bay, or once was a bay, and the city is built over top and in the bay, and there are lower parts of it that go deeper towards whatever is down there. So maybe even the city itself was reaching towards that thing.
What if inside the submarine they find ancient text that hint that this has happened before. All this has played out before. It's like this is the part of the life cycle of these creatures that live for millennia, and all of this is like a reoccurring cycle.
Is there like a corpse in there?
Yeah, maybe
There's just like a skeleton holding the journal or whatever.
and it may not be, it may not happen exactly the same each time. Like maybe the skeleton that they find has 4 arms instead of 2.
Yeah.
So.
This is the beacons that, spoiler alert to the entire Mass Effect series, this is the beacon you leave behind after your civilization is destroyed to try to save the next civilization that shows up. I guess that's not a spoiler alert, you learn that in like the first hour, but anyway.
So it's kind of a dual discovery. We found submarine, and inside the submarine we find evidence that this has all happened before.
Nothing is new. Everything you do is a waste.
Alright, that was Mick. So me, the third 4. 4. Something new has been constructed and stands where there once was something else. What was once there, and what has replaced it? Oh, man. Hey, remember that monolith that existed way out in the distance?
The Great Monolith, yes.
There's a... It's not black anymore. It's shiny and reflective.
Oh.
Same, but does it look the same from a distance? Like, if you saw it walking outside, you'd be like, oh, it's the same shape, it's just now, like, shining for some reason?
Yeah, completely glittering. It's still... Yep. Like, the lights did their dance or whatever, and when they started getting bright again, it, like, shone a light back, and people have noticed that it's reflecting light now.
Good, great.
Too shiny. Dean, that's an ace. That's the 4th ace.
The ace of spades.
It's actually the ace of hearts, but we're almost there.
Right.
This is good.
4th ace. Last ace. Sometimes change is so slow that the world shifts unnoticed. What is the groundswell that has been taking place so quietly? I feel like that would have been the perfect time to bring about my my void worms.
Well,
but I had no idea it was going to happen. So.
You get another one now.
Ooh.
2 void worms.
Wow. Now there are 2 of them.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh boy. Low change. Oh man, is it too much to ask that everything is slowly sinking back into the water? Like, ever so slightly, this entire area is actually dropping in elevation.
Well, and so is the water, right? So
right.
Is it dropping at a similar pace, or?
Wait, so are we saying both the physical land, like the peninsula, and the sea levels are dropping at the same rate?
There's some weird things going on.
And then eventually somebody is like, wait, those mountains are taller than they used to be.
Is that noticeable?
Is that what we're saying?
I don't know that I want that.
Yeah. You just want the whole thing to sink?
what can I say? I want to make this into Rapture. Let's see.
Let's do something more original than Rapture then.
What if this is the way history repeats itself?
What, everything starts...
It just sinks into the ocean and something else
Yeah,
shows
everything
up.
drops down, it solidifies, and then there's this shelf on top. We're basically moving toward the center of the earth.
Oh, goodness.
It's localized plate tectonics.
The Elder God has created a sinkhole of some sort.
That was my thought when you said everything started sinking.
Mm-hmm.
Is the city is just over a gigantic sinkhole.
Hmm.
The maw of what lives
More.
beneath. I could posit an idea that isn't geographic.
Sure.
The tribespeople have been returning very, very slowly. Like a couple of them every year for the last 100 years or whatever, taking up roles in society. And then this, like, the city is back to what it used to be.
Oh, like the assumption is that they are moving things behind the scenes.
Yeah, like they have started taking over the society and taking the city back slowly.
And through their sort of like pieces of secret recorded history, they actually have a little bit more knowledge of what
like
to do down there.
They might know how to operate some of the machines. They might
Mm.
know the right ways to like which buildings to drain first or whatever.
The assumption there also then is that that's part of history repeating itself.
Yeah, it's like they don't know that they're doing it, but they're doing it.
They are leading themselves into the inevitable. I like that.
Yeah, that's cool. And they're not doing it in like an obvious way.
No,
either.
and they don't even know they're doing it.
Yeah.
Like they don't even realize that they're taking the city back over.
It's like it seemed in the beginning that there was a very black and white. The tribespeople were just living their lives. The treasure hunters were sort of destroying their ideal
like balance
environment, right? But then it turns out that they are the creators of their own unmaking.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
So the city is returning to its former glory.
I also would like to think that there isn't, if I can throw this in there with that as like a little add-on, there is a group who exists that have been watching this play out and are trying to stop it from happening. And
they want to break the cycle.
Yet another secret society, of course.
Or they could even be another race.
Yeah, I was thinking they're like outsiders watching these people almost doomed to live this horrific.
What if that's what the light organisms are?
Oh my gosh.
That they're actually trying to save the people from themselves.
They're benevolent.
Yeah.
They're benevolent, but everybody...
Nanomachines.
I think it'd be cool.
I actually don't want to know which race it is. Maybe it is the.
I can. That can be one that I take and run with. I like the idea that there is someone outside of it trying to stop the cycle from repeating.
Right.
For whatever reason, right?
Right. Yeah. But from the point of view of an individual, they would never know.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they don't live long enough.
All right. Hey, would you believe it?
It's a 10.
Hey, Marshall, you got the last 10.
It's
Hey,
as is tradition.
As is tradition. So you've got. You chose great loss, right, Mason?
Yep.
So you've got somebody important dies. Who killed them, or how were they killed? It is a resting day in anticipation of problems across the horizon, or it is a resting day in the knowledge of a secure future. I love that both of those, like based on what we just said, both of those could be true.
Mm-hmm.
It's secure in a way, but it's also
A lot more is happening, which is also in some ways less secure.
can I still do someone important dies?
oh yeah,
Oh my god.
someone
Yeah.
important, socially,
The
politically, or
head-
emotionally in our place dies.
the
Who were
head of
they?
the
How were they
bar-
killed?
The head of the bar was assassinated.
The head
Ooh.
barrister.
Head clean cut off.
Oh my goodness. Was it a ritualistic assassination? If his head was taken off?
Well,
It doesn't say who killed them. All it says is who were they and how were they killed.
There.
Mm.
Dude's
Yeah,
head
but
was
asking if
clean
it's
chopped
ritualistic
off
is a how.
while he was sitting at his desk. Like, I mean, his body's in his chair, right?
It's like his hand is like still holding his pen or whatever.
And his
Yeah,
head is just
exactly.
completely
He's
missing.
head gone, and
Someone
it's
has
just
his
gone.
head.
Like, but nobody knows where the head is.
Mm.
How
So
are
it's
they
the-
remembered after is the last question of
Oh.
that, the last part of that.
Well, nobody knows what's going on about this now. So everybody knows him.
And they're remembered as the single greatest mystery in history.
Yeah, who killed him and where's the head?
Or
I'm
was
sure
it one
everybody
of the
wants to
many
know.
chaotic outcomes of the elder god lashing out about corn?
God takes your head because you planted
How
corn.
dare you? What is this, Crusader Kings too?
Yeah, for real.
He had a deadline before he was supposed to clear out the corn from the land, and he didn't meet his deadline. So,
Or maybe the inner cabal of the cabal is secretly planting, corn to work against Cthulhu or whatever.
oh,
But now his head got chopped off. But only 3 or 4 people know about the inner cabal.
Or did the latter
It's trying to battle the outer god or whatever.
mm-hmm.
or the lab organisms could take it to try to stop the cycle.
Right.
I think it's cool that these are all theories that are posted.
Yeah.
Nobody really knows.
Yeah, that's cool too.
Fan theories on the forums.
Yep. All right, we need to die. One last die.
Surely it won't be at 6.
Surely it won't be a 6. I mean, none of these numbers make sense at this point. I guess that's not true. It could be like how prosperous has the city become realistically. You want to throw a die, Marshall? If you got a physical one, you might as well just throw a physical one. Certainly you've got a dice within arm's reach. A die.
Actually, we got 3.
300 years. Do our characters or civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone?
I have a theory to put forth that doesn't really tie into any one question. What if this whole area is stuck in a time loop?
Don't take ideas from me, Mix. I already thought of that one. Why do you think the single sentence was, the old giant dark monolith is now shiny? Too shiny.
It's about to hit everybody with the Men in Black
That's well,
memory eraser.
you know, it gets darker over time as it oxidizes. Anyway, I'm adding time loop to this now.
Yikes.
It's got a question mark after it. It's a theory.
It's a theory. It's one of the many theories. Okay, so back to the question.
Yeah, do our civilizations still live here? If not, who lives here now? Does anyone? Have the snow elves have risen to power again? They're probably not called snow elves now, but
They're sea elves now.
yeah, they're just the elves, right?
Well, they're living underwater. They're sea elves.
Some of them have gills, I'm sure.
Does the place still, or sorry, what does this place physically look like now? Has anything visually changed? How does it smell? How does it feel? Has it been restored? Like, is this now a crown jewel again?
Yeah, I'd like to think it has.
Yeah, 300 years of getting this ancient civilization that used to be, or ancient city that used to be a like maybe even a world wonder at one point.
Yeah, I'm imagining this is like you come into Bay and like the Colossus of Rhodes is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's this beacon of commerce.
I was thinking like Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah.
You know, basically, they found this big magical city.
Yep.
They've had 300 years to figure out how everything works and get it restored.
Yep. Yeah.
And then somebody's going to mix the matter and antimatter.
That's right.
It's all going to blow up and reset.
It's all going to start again. Yeah.
It's the cycle.
Does the place still use the same name? If not, what is it called and who calls it that?
I think it would have changed.
I feel like it needs to have changed.
A great new city.
What
to show a way for the future?
It's the same name, right? It every time it's named the same thing, but everyone forgets it.
And it's just serendipitous that happens.
Yeah.
Whether it be because of the cycle or what. Yeah.
What's
the
a
name
theme we like?
Should reflect the sort of like the resurrective nature of it.
I'm just gonna search resurrection in different language now.
Or like the equivalent of an Ouroboros in another language.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Or
I'm pretty sure most cultures have some concept like the Ouroboros.
Great endless serpent.
Oh yeah, it's popped up everywhere apparently.
It's one of the oldest concepts in ideology.
Like the Ouroboros has certain features in common with the biblical Leviathan. According to the Zohar, the Leviathan is a singular creature with no mate, its tail placed in its mouth. While Rashi on the Baba Batra describes it as twisting around and encompassing the entire world.
Ooh.
This has literally been... This is everywhere.
Even in our fantasy tabletop game.
Yep, we've done it again.
Oh look, we've done it. We're in the time loop.
Uh-oh.
It's clearly the work of a real elder god that shows up everywhere.
I thought you were going to say enemy stand, but yeah.
It's the work of an enemy stand.
I'll be right back.
I've been conditioned.
Okay.
All right.
I would suggest walking, but you know, you do you.
Man, there's some weird languages out there.
Which ones are you looking at?
I'm just literally going through the list on Google Translate. Swahili is Kufufua.
Kufufua.
Remember that whichever one we use is going to be the
Yeah, this is going to be what it's called.
It's a naming scheme for this location.
We don't have to come up with it tonight. That can be a...
No, I'm searching. We should.
He's
Do they have Inuit?
40 minutes, let's do it.
Andrew, look up Inuit, dude.
Oh, yeah.
How fitting. How fitting.
That would be very fitting. Oh man. Oh buddy.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know.
Yeah, don't ask me how to pronounce that.
Yeah, I don't know about
no
this.
idea.
I don't know about
I mean,
this.
those guys are in northern Quebec, but I have no idea.
Is it like Welsh where you don't really know what the
Yeah, there you
It's
go.
a whole different
letters
alphabet.
mean together?
Whole different alphabet.
Yeah, this is something else.
Wait, you can't read that? Come on. Was this English 101?
This would be cool, but I don't know if I can do it.
Just
Clearly
put it
that's
in there. That's the name.
left triangle, a sideways candy cane.
Sideways
left
candy cane.
triangle.
Yep. There's only certain.
Master Suti.
God, some of these languages.
时间探苗
Our language brings us all together
复活
so we can tear each other apart.
复活
Chinese is fu hua. I don't think so.
Master Suti.
Skrzysit Genapstu Herreise
Oh, interesting.
Herreise Herreise
In Dutch, it's spelled like this.
Herreise
But it's pronounced almost like the word horizon.
Interesting.
It's
Ooh.
I like it.
how do I? Does this link to the
Horizon?
word if I do this? No, it doesn't. That's just literally Google Translate. Go to Google.
I could just
Yeah,
type
go to
that into
Google Translate, type in resurrect, and translate it to Dutch and listen to it.
Ooh.
Because I really like the idea that it's almost the word horizon, and there's this shiny thing on the horizon now.
Mm-hmm.
But the word, like, it means resurrect. Derived.
Origin?
Horizon.
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 Uh-huh.
Herreise
Look over the horizon.
It sounds like you don't even actually say the N.
Herreise
It's just
Horizon.
Horizon. I'm sure it has a noise that we don't make because none of us speak Dutch, but
uh-huh.
it doesn't sound like there's a hard N like in English. Horizon.
What did you say to put in rebirth?
Resurrect.
Resurrect. You could also just type that word into Google and it'll, I think the second result will take you to somewhere where it'll say it out loud.
Je, I think. Horizon. Was that?
Horizon.
Did I do a good job at dictating
That's how it
that?
sounded.
Well,
like it
mine
was-
sounds like a drunk Oriental woman saying it.
It's a robot, obviously,
Weird.
but
Really? I had a dude saying it.
oh, it's a woman to me.
I've got one as well.
Herreise
Interesting. I'm literally listening to it on Wiktionary.
Oh, I'm on Google Translate, so
Same.
Herreise
Horizon.
Horizon. He's
Herreizen.
definitely saying the N.
Oh, I
it
like.
Sounds like.
Yeah,
Herreizen.
he does say the N.
Yeah.
Horizon.
We don't talk about the N.
Herreizen.
That's very problematic.
Oh, I like so. If you in the IPA, the international pronunciation, whatever it's called, the N in the brackets means you don't have to say the N.
Don't have to.
Yeah, yeah.
I did see that it was in
Yeah.
parentheses, and I was wondering if
Yeah.
that meant
It means that
optional.
the different dialects will use it. Both are considered correct.
Oh, I think that
Horizon.
fits well for this. I mean, it's it's ancient, and you said that that name should recur every time it's like re-uncovered and
Yeah.
repopulated, and so maybe that's where the variation comes in.
Every
Plus,
time we see its ration.
there's the way the tribes people would say it, or the now the sea elves or whatever, and then there's the way the treasure hunters or outsiders would sort of pronounce it.
Yeah, I think the tribesmen know
Luchtspiegeling.
that you don't pronounce the N, and the treasure hunters pronounce.
Right. Right.
Espejismo.
Mirage.
It's like a culturally obvious thing to the tribes people, but the treasure hunters are just operating with their own cultural backgrounds.
Well, it could even
Luchtspiegeling.
be a language thing.
Mirage.
Yeah, like they don't
Yeah.
have the.
They don't have that
Right,
sound.
that's what I meant. I mean, culture is just a
Morichica.
larger bracket for language and many other things.
Mirage.
Mirage. Mirazzo. 海市蜃楼
Love it. I'm glad that it's just a Dutch word.
We combined two languages for its old name, right?
Yeah.
Nochta
Yeah,
Balgul was
Yep. I don't remember what
Forget
two
what
languages
two.
it was, but
same. I feel like one of them was Arabic or something like that.
I feel like one of them was Irish.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was Gaelic and
Gaelic?
Vietnamese, wasn't
Is that what it was? Gaelic? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other one was like Vietnamese.
Ah, yeah. It's
Nochta.
best that we don't know.
Yeah, I almost like the idea that it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It just becomes its own language after that.
Sweet. To the Sillier, who calls it that? That's the name of the city now. Everybody calls it that.
Yeah, I mean, who would not?
Everybody knows it. Just like everybody knows Paris
Mm-hmm.
or Florence or whatever.
So
Alright,
this
ending.
area in a few hundred years has gone from like being the boonies that has a very low population to like one of the focuses of the
Yeah.
the
All roads lead to Rome is the
Right,
like
the
euphemism
developed
I
world.
used earlier.
Which
Mhm.
is horrible considering what's under Rome.
Yeah. When the fourth 10 is drawn, the game is over no matter what number of cards are left in the pile or the stories we had in motion. Our window is fogged, the clarity of vision in our place is lost to us. It may feel sudden, but in the truth, there is never a clean exit. Places go on forever, building narrative by their mere existence. However, just because we cannot know for certain what takes place after the window of our game does not mean we cannot make some conjectures after all. This is a game about long traces over time. By watching our place as with such attention, maybe we learn to predict something that could come to pass. As a group without cards, decide on the following. What happens tomorrow in our place? Who wakes up? Does anyone? What do they see? What is the feeling they get from the world? Is this just like the blind optimism of this rich city? And then the outsiders, whoever they
Right, it's
are?
just following the momentum of its new popularity and new wealth.
Oh man, this could just be the plot beat.
Mhm.
Is the frickin' the whoever they are, it's the outsiders as major players in the campaign. Oh, I love this game.
And we're gonna create another one.
Yeah.